Um, but yeah, so I have this plate. Don't want to tilt it too much because they are arranged. They're arranged just like the diagram above. So the picture above. I guess I'll get into this now. Okay, so the picture, but let's see if this works though. Oh, good. Okay. So the picture above is two halves of the Carolina Reaper that I've cut up, and they're on this plate here. I've cut it into 12 sections. So these are how I've labeled them. So I'll keep track of my progress through the game. I'm not going to eat it before I start the game. I'm going to eat one every time there is an earthquake in Metroid II. There are 12 earthquakes over the course of the game. It should be about like 2 hours. So about a year, I think it was like a year ago, I played through Super Mario II All-Stars version. And I ate a whole Carolina Reaper first. But I felt like everything interesting about that happened in the first like 20-30 minutes. And then it's just, I'm kind of fine afterwards. Like maybe still in pain, but mostly fine. I thought this way, spacing it out, would be a little more interesting. So I've made myself a little map of how to eat the 12 pieces. And, yeah. So hopefully I'll remember every time there's an earthquake. The first earthquake is very quick into the game, so we will get started soon. Let me just put my drink somewhere. I need a coaster. There's too many things on my table now. Okay. So, let's begin. I don't know if there's a game saved here. Let me check this. Oh, this looks like a new game. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. Guess this is auto fire. I don't need to use auto fire. Okay, so we got the ship. I can run around the ship. There's nothing off to the left. I like to look out there sometimes. So unlike Metroid, you don't have to find the ball. Start with it. Alright, have a good meal. Best business. Oh yeah, in this area, those frog kind of enemies, or at least that first one, appeared like they were behind the screen, or behind the background or something. Kind of weird for a moment. So there's a shortcut through here, but I don't know, it's not a very long shortcut, it's just like you skip this tiny room here. Oh, and I guess you can keep going. I guess the shortcut keeps going to the right here. Yeah, is that frog like going behind stuff? It looks like it's going behind the... Oh, you know what it is? It's like the black part, its eyes, or like the black lines. Those are transparent. So the problem is, even though there's 4 different colors on the Game Boy, sprites only have 3 colors plus transparency. So if you have the 3 light colors and then you're using transparency instead of black, if the enemy goes across a part of the background that's not black, it looks like it's going through them. That's what I was seeing. So yeah, I think there's a hole in the ceiling here, and if I went across that shortcut, I'd come out in that hole in the ceiling. I guess I could do that. Why not? This is what I seem to recall. Yes. Okay. I remember something. I can't remember if I did that last time I played. So I play this game every few years. I had this as a kid. There is no other game with a soundtrack like this. That's been the one thing that, like, really keeps me playing it more than anything else, I'd say. But, like, the more I keep playing it, I think I've appreciated it more and more over the years. Like, it's a very unique Game Boy game. It does a lot of really cool things. Alright. So we're heading off to the left here. So here's another shortcut. You can fall down through here. Which I don't mind taking so much since we're gonna have to come back up this way anyway. I guess I don't need to collect that. Uh-oh, Surfins is here. He's just in time. Hello, everyone. You were just in time. You were playing Phasmo? How was that going? I have not eaten any pieces of the Carolina Reaper yet, but it is about to happen. Every earthquake, I must eat a piece. Oh. Alright. Here we go. Alright, let's see what's on my diagram. So, okay, this one has a piece of stem. So this is piece number 1. And, oh man. Yeah. This is going to be a spicy night. Oh. All right. Here we go. 11 to go. Oh boy. I have some beer, I have some water. There's some ice cream nearby if I need it. And I might. Oh man. It actually tastes good though. That's a funny thing, like despite all the pain, it tastes good. Sorry, it's hard to talk. I appreciate that you would have come here without the pepper. So yeah, last time I ate it all at once. I thought this would be more interesting. So that diagram above indicates the Metroid counter in the bottom right. So each section of the game, when you pause, it can show you how many Metroids are left. So 4 more Metroids. And then I gotta eat another piece. Oh. I gotta blow my nose. Oh. Oh boy. So 11 more of those, I guess. Oh, I keep forgetting that this emulator has auto fire. It was your first Game Boy game and you didn't like it? It's always a shame when you get a game and it turns out not to be what you wanted. For me, it was my favorite game for a long time. And I even made what I thought was a complete map of it. I think I missed a couple missiles, but it was a pretty good map. But for some reason, I decided to mail it into my favorite video game magazine, which was called Game Players. And I don't know, I thought they would publish it. I don't know why. I thought they would want to publish like this 50-page map I made, hand-drawn. But they did not, and I never saw it again. It cost me a bit of money to send, too. And it is something I wish I still had. Because it was fun making a map for this game, and that'd be a cool childhood artifact. But I have other cool childhood artifacts, perhaps. I can't expect them all to survive. Well, I don't know what they would have done with it. I think the nicest thing they could have done would have been to send it back, but that would have been expensive. I don't know. I mean, not super... I think it was I don't know, $10 or something. It was like a duotang full of handwritten papers. But it wasn't like something that would have been useful to publish. I don't know. Oh. So we have all these vertical corridors, just like in the original Metroid. But these are more like bricky. Very different vibe than the corridors in the original Metroid. So if I leave the health sitting there, it keeps them from respawning. Kletka? What did I miss? Kletka. I still need to play. Oh. What's Kletka? I've not heard of this one. Kopnicki. I don't know what that word means. Automod did not like it. But, oops. I will assume you're not saying anything awful. try going to the bottom first. Well, that's right. So you start with missiles. And you start with the ball. There's a missile down there. Here's the bomb. You gotta find the bomb, but it's still like one of the first things. And in the original Metroid, you found the ball really fast anyway. The bomb comes... I forget when, but it's fairly early on. But I think you find the ball, then you find missiles, then maybe the long beam, or the bomb, and you start being able to get everywhere. And this one, this particular music theme, I always really liked. Ooh, an energy tank. I have to allow this too. Okay. I didn't like the word bondage. Lethal company, where you're an Eastern European post-apocalyptic bondage barbarian. I feel like this is Automod's problem, not your problem. So I'm gonna go down. I'll go down first. Hi there, Maxilla Willis. How's it going? Oh, okay, 4 Metroids, and the pain will resume. I feel like I don't need to go into... I think there's one other one of these where there's something in there, but it's like because there was a thing in one, you want to check them all. So these things shoot these fireballs. How's it going, Maxilla Willis? Hope you're having a good evening. I am subjecting myself to a painful task for dubious reasons. Stereotream. Nikki refers to turn-of-the-century Balkan Russian delinquent culture. I see. Well, that's interesting. Is it sometimes used in a derogatory fashion? Is that why Automod would have it on its radar? You go from floor to floor of an infinite building riding on an elevator with a mouth on its ceiling. I'll be able to get in there soon, I think. The black tracksuit squat thing. Automod has like had weird periods too. Like there was a point where like if you said any nationality, it would flag. Like if you said Mexican, Automod would flag that. And it's like, you know, Mexican's not an insult. Like why would... It's like insulting that Automod wants to flag it. I don't know, but I guess like, you know, if somebody's gonna say bad stuff, oftentimes they call attention to someone's race or whatever. Yeah, that's my plan. I thought it was kind of boring just to eat it all at once and then like be fine like 30 minutes later. So I can come back and get this with an item, but I think it's fun to get it early. There we go. I forget, there's not really a reason to go here. Yeah, this just shows me the fried egg. The cosmic fried egg that we're gonna go and get in a little bit. Ooh, fried egg. That'd probably be good after this. So I'm feeling pretty okay now. But yeah, it was like, yeah, last year I ate it. It hurt a ton for like 20 minutes. By like 30, 40 minutes, I was pretty much okay. I was in pain, but okay. And it seemed like that was kind of boring, because then it's just like an hour and a half of just sort of me normally playing the video game, just secretly in pain. Whereas this, doing it this way, I feel like, you know, it's more of a recurring event. It feels like a prolonged challenge, and it will be synchronized with the pace of the game. I think there's like a path up here. I forget if it goes anywhere. Oh, I can figure it out on the way out, can't I? Because I'm about to get the fried egg. Spider ball. Don't put spiders in your fried egg. Unless you like spiders. I don't know. I've never eaten a spider. I've heard like fried tarantula is sort of a delicacy somewhere. And I don't know. I'd try it once. I don't imagine I'd really like it, but I'd try it once. Alright, so the spider ball kind of unlocks... It's like an all-in-one exploration tool for the rest of the game. Well, it's fun to spice things up sometimes. So as you can see on the chart up there, I will eat the tail, or half of the tail of the Reaper, once I hit 34 Metroids. So we're at 37. There's a counter here. The way this game works is like, there's like this lava that's always kind of blocking your way forward. And after you kill some Metroids... Oh, I should have kept going because there's energy right up there, but then I was thinking I should drop down on top of this place here and go inside. Oh, this is just the entrance. I'm not doing this very well. The main thing in this game is, like, if you don't have enough missiles by the end of the game, the final boss is tough. But I think there were ways to defeat it that I didn't know about as a kid. You can use bombs on it in a kind of weird way. You can go inside its mouth, down its throat, and then lay bombs on its stomach. And I think that's an alternate way to kill it if you don't have enough missiles. But, I don't know. Usually when I play, I have enough missiles by the end. Like, it's not generally a difficult problem if you've played before, I think. But my first time playing it, you know, I'm still... It's my first game of this kind. Okay, so this was where I was running across the top before, wasn't it? Yeah. So... There's 3 more. I don't think there's another one in this cavern. I think if I go back to the branching area... There's sort of like an underground. Well, I guess this is all caves, but there's like a cave, more cavey area, a more musty looking cave area. Where there's 3 Metroids. But I can climb up here. So they didn't bring back the spider ball. I think they brought back a form of the spider ball in Metroid Prime where it could run along a track or something like that. Oh, I see this refreshes my missiles. I think there was another one up there to refresh your health, but you can usually get enough by just getting enemies along the way. And I think there's another refill. I don't even remember getting the ice beam. I mean, I must have. I'm freezing enemies now. Somehow, I've forgotten. Okay, so there's another passage to the right here. So on the way here, we passed over like a lava lake. This spot right here reminds me a lot of Vexanadu. Because there's like the wall you have to break with the Matic. And like the whole first part of the game, like it's this challenge to get the Matic. And if you can figure that out, basically you'll be fine for the rest of the game. You can figure out the rest of the game. In this, like you have to get the bomb, and then you have to get through that wall with the bomb. I don't know. It does make me think of Xanadu. What do I do to... I blew it up. I wanted to try and shoot it, but it's like an awkward angle. Can't really jump high enough to hit it properly. Okay. Okay, do we go left first or right first? I'm gonna go right first. Oh yeah, it's spiky. This floor is so much like Blaster Master's first room. That's a very Blaster Master floor. Down to it hurting you to step on it. Which also happens in Blaster Master's first room. So something that's kind of funny about this game is that if there is ever a Metroid in the room, there will be no other enemies. So if you see an enemy, you know you don't have to face a Metroid. You see no enemies. Something like that is possibly about to happen. I mean, there's lots of empty rooms with no enemies. I guess empty is not necessarily the right word, but I don't think it has to be a limitation of the Game Boy. I mean, we see several enemies at once. I think they could have managed to have a Metroid and some enemies if they wanted. There's Metroids and, like, power-up items. But I think it was probably more of a design thing in that they wanted you not to have to... I'm going to get my missiles ready, because there's no enemies here. I think they wanted you not to have to deal with other things flying around and damaging you while you're trying to fight a Metroid. So I don't know if there's really an engine limitation for it, but I don't think there has to be. Alright. One more and I gotta eat more pepper. It looks like the tail of the right side. See, this room had no enemies, but it didn't have a Metroid. Instead they waited for this room. Oh! I am not doing well. I thought there would be a refill in this room. I was wrong. Okay. My terrible quest resumes. So here's the little piece of the tail. Very spicy. Ooh. Okay. So it'll be a little while now until we hit 26. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet for a while now. It's gonna be... Whew. Oh. Ooh, it's getting into my throat. Also, hello, Enigma Wave. I don't think I said hello. Ooh, hang on. Oh, man. Either a psychic spoon? Or psychic spoon. Can't remember how to spell psychic right now. Oh man. Is the ice cream even helping? Probably. So I feel this will be, I don't know. Will this be a harder challenge than last year eating the whole one all at once? I don't know. I think the prolonging really does add to it, but I get a lot of relief in between. Oh, hi there, Movies One. How's it going? Yeah, it's it's quite a pepper. Well, I hope your back is feeling better soon. I've got my own back problems, but I'm hoping it will start to heal. Oh, did I remember to unmute? Yeah. Yeah, at least chili pepper pain is something you choose and is temporary. Despite the pain, like it really does, the flavor's great. I love how the Carolina Reaper tastes. Which I can't say about any like super hot pepper that I've had other than Carolina Reaper, but and that's what really surprised me about them. That's what kept me growing them. I guess this is my 3rd year growing them. Jukebox jump scare. What's a jukebox jump scare? Like someone thinks they're playing something else in the jukebox and then all of a sudden it gets scary. Okay, so that earthquake. At each earthquake, I am eating a piece of the pepper. There was liquid in this room the first time we came through. So when the earthquakes happen, the liquid settles to a lower point. Usually. There are exceptions. So this was an acid lake before. And now, you can explore inside it. The rest of the song is you singing about how it works. That's interesting. I remember The worst I ever got jump scared was, I don't know, it was probably like 1999 or 2000. And I guess it was like a flash thing on a web page, but it was like, you know, one of those spot the difference jump scares or whatever. But I was sitting there looking at it. It hadn't finished loading. So I was actually staring at it for like a good several minutes before it triggered. Like it was supposed to trigger in like 10 seconds after you start looking at it. I fell out of my chair. And it was like, I couldn't duplicate that for anyone else, because normally when you go to that website, yeah, it would just load normally, and then, you know, jump out in like 10 seconds before you've started concentrating. Okay, so here's more acid lake. So if you jump in here, it starts eating away at you. I think you can kind of sequence break by like going through the lava, but the problem is like you have to kill all the Metroids to progress the game, so even if you did, it doesn't put you in a proper game state. I don't know if speedrunners do that. They might. I should probably look at a speedrun for this game someday. Okay. The pain has subsided a fair bit. And I've got 8 Metroids left before I hit 26. A reverse boss order? Yeah, I mean, like, there's... It doesn't really have bosses in the traditional sense. Like, it has all the Metroids, and the Metroids are basically bosses, but they're more like a... They're way more frequent, so... They're not like an area boss. Last dab, Apollo hot sauce. Oh, I think there's going to be a Metroid in this room. Ah. Always suspicious of the empty room. There's always some like weird stereo things going on right when the Metroid is killed. Like, I don't know if you... If anyone was listening with headphones, you might have heard in the left ear the bullets for a few seconds. Hopefully I can find some health in a moment. I really wonder how long it took me to play this game when I was a kid, because it's like... It feels like it was months. But I don't know. Like, my memory of playing them, like, everything is so drawn out. Oops. These guys are good for recovering health, though, because they tend to drop, a big health. I don't tend to have to use hot sauces very much. For a while I liked sriracha. There we go. Ah, that's a relief. But since I started growing Carolina Reaper peppers, I tend to use those if I want to make something really spicy. And Those are just like a frozen pepper. Yeah, like hot sauce, well, it's generally... You also want the taste of vinegar to be appropriate. I don't know. I used to use Tabasco a bit and Sriracha. But where I like hot pepper, I like to cook them into a dish so that they're like part of a sauce or something. Hi there, Gamer Herb. How's it going? Oh. Yes, I'm slowly eating a Carolina Reaper. Each time there was an earthquake in this game, I have to eat one. I guess that's enough health to move on. So this area is interesting in that, like, you come into this building, but you just go straight through. There's nothing inside. And you wonder what's going on. And then there's this area back here. So I think another Metroid II remake rethemed this area as a water pumping station or something like that. So there's actually this way through in the water back here. Yeah, it's so unique for a Game Boy game. There's a... Oh, am I gonna have to find a Metroid in here? I don't know. Aha! I had a feeling, or maybe remember it, because I've played this game many times, but... Hi there, RT55J, how's it going? Yeah, like, so... I mean, this game has to reuse tiles a lot. It has, like, you know, room rubber stamping a lot. But despite that, it still does some really interesting things with what it has to work with. Yeah, I liked another Metroid 2 remake a lot. I don't really like it when people say it replaces this, that just play that instead, because I feel like this has its own merits. And the one place I felt it let this game down the most was the soundtrack, which it turned all the tracks into things that sound more normal. I think a lot of people don't like the soundtrack to this game, though, but to me it's like one of the most unique game soundtracks I've ever heard, and I will love it forever. So the hint is that there's nothing in here, and it's like, why isn't there anything in here? But then the room keeps scrolling if you keep poking around. Yeah, the spider wall was interesting. And for me as a kid, I feel like the spider ball was really good because it gave me a way to just like explore and explore. And I think subsequently they felt like, that's a boring way to explore, but I think it was really good for me at the time. There's a DX version? I have not played the DX version. Maybe I should try it at some point. I didn't realize there was one. It's funny that you destroy these with the bomb, but that one in the middle, you can't destroy it with a bomb. And was this supposed to be in the Chozo statue? Like, how did it get back here under a bunch of other balls? It's like, they feel like storage. Like, why are there a bunch of other Chozo balls back here? I don't know, it's very curious. What is the meaning of this room? So now I've got... Look at the darkness of the ball. And now, got Dark Samus. I had wondered with Game Boy Color, it sounded like they had, in the BIOS for the Game Boy Color, there was like a bunch of hard-coded color mappings for existing games, just so that they'd have, like some old games would suddenly have a particular color palette. Alright, so... I mean, pain-wise, I guess I'm ready for another Reaper. I'm glad I have 6 more Metroids to get through before I have to. Oh, yeah! The way this room maps is kind of neat. So, like, we just left through the left side of the cave along the ground, but then that brick column room gave us a way to get to the upper side of the wall of the cave. I think there's spikes in the way, so you wouldn't be able to just spider ball up there unless you're clever. A lot of the things where they try to block the spider ball, there were ways around them that weren't too hard to figure out, but oh yeah, and there's a health refill hiding down here. Yeah, like knowing how many there are in this section is kind of neat. So yeah, I think a lot of people, like if you've played Super Metroid first and you expect that to be a formula that was consistent through the whole series, but at this point, like, they were still playing around with it a lot. And I've been thinking there's probably a lot of... I think Blaster Master was very inspired by Metroid, and then I think subsequent... I can't... how do I kill this? Just jump over it? I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to kill that. I could swear... I meant maybe with a different weapon. Maybe we're about to get a weapon. Oh, this was funny. Okay, I didn't figure this out when I was a kid. Okay, so you shoot that, and it turns out it's not a Chozo ball. It's a creature. Oh, I just froze one of its attacks. That looked odd. But you shoot it, and all your attacks bounce off. And the secret is that you have to bomb it. But I did not figure that out on my first playthrough. So I just had to run away from this enemy. But it was okay because you don't actually need to defeat this enemy. Like, it's not essential. There you go. So did it eat the spring ball? Did it crawl inside the Chozo ball and eat the spring ball that was inside, and now we've killed it and taking it back? I don't know. So I have the spring ball now, which lets me jump. But yeah, like, I don't know. I didn't play... this was the first one I had, and then Super Metroid just, like, blew me away. And after playing Super Metroid, I kept trying to go back to the original Metroid. I think I first tried to play the original Metroid when I got... was it Fusion that had the original Metroid as an unlockable or something that you could play? Or was that Zero Mission? Maybe it was Zero Mission that did that. And I didn't like it at that time. But I eventually came to like it, and now I like it a lot. I like the way that it's different than Super Metroid. In a way that I didn't back then. Especially since so many games have basically like followed what Super Metroid did. It's nice to have ones that do something different. So I think like retrospectively, I now like Metroid 2 and Metroid 1 more than I did in the past. Okay, so there could be a Metroid up on this side. Maybe not. I'm going to try going to the left. Hi there, dedicated lurking 9 to 5. This is the pepper eating stream. I've eaten 1/6 of a pepper so far. In 5 more Metroids, I will eat another piece. The piece labeled 26 up there. I wonder if there's a column to the left. It's funny to me, like the way this has brick rooms like that makes me think, yeah, there's a lot of earthquakes bunched up near the end of the game, and that might be tough. To be honest, I don't know if I can handle this challenge. I have eaten a whole Reaper on stream like a year ago, but I ate it all at once. It is less intense, like eating a 1/12 of it, than eating the whole thing, but prolonging it, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that 10 more times, to be honest, but I'm going to try. I'm going to see. Oh yeah, captions are important to me. I find often I'm like in situations where just the environment is noisy or whatever. There's lots of cases where, you know, you can't hear everything super clearly, and it just gives you like a little bit of extra time to try and comprehend. And, you know, like they always have errors and stuff, but it doesn't matter because you still just figure it out. They are very helpful, I find. So I appreciate people that have the captions, and I like to use them myself. Yeah, the boss battles were more interesting in another Metroid 2 remake, for sure. Like, I really like another Metroid 2 remake. I think they did a great job with it. But I enjoy it separately from this game. I wonder if all 5 are going to be down here. I guess they must be. Unless there's one in, like, the top right corner. Oof. 2 left. No, they must all be down here, I think. It's just a dead end. One of these rooms had, I think, has a health refill. But maybe it's the next one. I think there's probably one more in the cavern. There's probably one in the top right of, like, the cavern with the building in it. Hi there, Puke7, how's it going? We're 2 Metroids away from another piece of the pepper. I'm looking at my ice cream and thinking, should I put this back in the freezer? But it's not melting too fast. And I will probably want some more. You haven't played it since it was new? Oh man. That's a setback. When's the last time I saved? Do I don't have the spring ball. No, I do. Okay, I did save with the spring ball. Okay. That's not too far back, but... yeah, they're a bit awkward, and... maybe I'll go the opposite route this time. I'll go left first. It seemed like that was the toughest one there. The beta Metroids. Oh yeah, Game Boys, they always had like the what are they called? The ribbon connector would get loose. And back then, like, I didn't know how to repair stuff like that. These days I've learned that that's actually pretty easy to repair with a solder iron. Like, you just need to kind of reheat the connection there. Because the ribbon's just sort of soldered to the board. And just a bit of heat from your iron will reflow it and get it back to how it should be. Okay, was this the... yeah, this was the empty room. You have 4 Game Boys now for some reason. Yeah, my parents got me and my sister a Game Boy at the same time. So we both had Tetris, and sometimes we would link cable. And my cousins also... 2 of my cousins got Game Boys at the same time, so like the 4 of us often played stuff. My cousin was into racing games, so we had F1 race or whatever it was for Game Boy. We would often play that. I think that came with like the 4-way multi-tap, but we only like actually did that like once. And the rest of the time we just did 2-player. There. Yeah, like defeating these guys, it's all about kind of like angles and stuff. Finding an angle that they'll creep the way you want. Yeah, you would also need 4 copies of the game. Faceball. So I had not played Faceball. There's an Atari ST game, which I think that was based on, called MIDI Maze. So I went to the right already, right? Yeah. In MIDI Maze, you use the Atari ST's MIDI peripheral in a sequence. You would just like daisy chain a bunch of computers together, and you could have a whole bunch of, like, you could have like 10 players if you had 10 Atari STs. At least on something like an Atari ST, you could just use one floppy disk and then transfer it to the next computer and load it up, because it just loads into RAM. Doesn't run off the floppy. Okay. Metroid coming up. Oh, this was beta too. Ball Blazer. Is that the one with like procedural music and it's sort of like a 3D view? So I found out that I was working on a RetroArch or a libretro, I guess you call it, implementation of Hatari, the Atari ST emulator, and it was working pretty well. Like it's basically done. It's available, but it isn't an official part of RetroArch yet. So I gotta find one more Metroid. I think it's up in the cavern. I think it's in the top right of the cavern. I should go save before I go exploring up there. But I was hoping... I found out it had a MIDI feature, and I thought, oh, can we use this MIDI feature to play MIDI Maze? And apparently not. It is not... it does not have good enough, like, matching timing to to play that at this point. RetroArch's MIDI, it has a MIDI interface. It's kind of provisional at this point, but it's functional. So I played like King's Quest IV through the MT32 emulator. I think it's called MUNT, M-U-N-T. And that was kind of neat. Because when I was a kid, I had King's Quest IV, and in the manual it was like, this would have the best sound if you had a Roland MT32, and blah blah blah, and I always wished I had one. Nowadays, I don't appreciate it as much. I think I have a lot of nostalgia for ad-lib soundtracks, and I think a lot of them are really nicely done. And I find the MT32 sounds more like generic MIDI instruments. And I'm not as big a fan of it. So I think I got this one already. Oh yeah, a lot of these you can fall through. Which, and they're kind of... they have weird physics, like I couldn't jump out of it. Oh right, there's a health refill here, so... yeah, so I don't know about King's Quest IV specifically. I mean, like, for any game where there's multiple soundtrack versions, it's not like the hardware isn't bad. There's nothing bad about the hardware. MT32 is a cool piece of hardware and makes cool sounds, but okay, so I can't get to the right from there. So I think there's a Metroid on the top right out here. Yeah, like there's all this space up here, and I haven't been able to reach it because there's a spike in the way down here. That can't be where it is, can it? No, there can't be anything up there. Now I'm not sure where the last Metroid is. And I'm ready for the next pepper. There's probably an entrance into this building that I've neglected. So I'll just keep going the sides. I think I went in here. Oh right, this was just a missile. One in particular, Monkey Island, I think, or Monkey Island 2. Monkey Island 2 specifically, I think, has an amazing ad-lib soundtrack. And I like it so much more than the MT32 version. The MT32 version is not bad. It's not bad at all, but I don't know. I like the characteristic sound of the FM. And there's just some really great subtle moments in that soundtrack, which I think are fantastic. But it seems like MT32 is almost like the default. I guess ScumVM kind of made it the default for a lot of stuff at one point, and so most people play it that way. So what have I missed? Oh! No, this is where I got the Varia, right? It wouldn't be down here. What did I miss? Where's the missing one? I feel like the upper part of the cavern... is reachable somehow. But I'm blanking on how it works. I think it's like a ladder of... like you go up here to go around. I have similar feelings about the Sega Mark III's FM add-on, where I think a lot of Master System games had good PSG soundtracks, and the FM soundtracks are often not particularly special and sound... I find they sound worse to me. There's only a couple that I think are good FM soundtracks, like Ken Seiden, I think sounds good in FM. But it seems like people just want to play that way by default now with Master System emulators. And it's weird to me because it's like not a sound that I ever had when I played it, when I ever played it, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. But some people like it better. Is there a door on the side? Here. Did I... Pretty sure I went through here. Maybe I didn't. Ah, here it is. Okay. Well... My calm period is about to end. I will have to eat pepper. Okay. So we're at 26. That means the diagram says this piece from the side. Oh man. Ah! This is only the third. Okay. Ah. At first, I don't think it's going to be as bad. But then... it's bad. Oh, thank you for 50 bits. Like, it takes a few seconds to build up. Okay, we might be entering slightly quiet time for a bit. Then we got 10 Metroids to go. Hi, Darth Elwood. Oh man.
Yeah, it's been hard to talk for a while after each piece. I'm gonna need to get more to drink. I'll be back. I went and got some milk as well. Oh, yeah, I don't know how long December has been going. I've heard of it from people who participate a bunch of times. But I do stream DOS games from time to time. December is a fine time to do it. So I thought, why not? Oh, man. Okay. So I'm at 26 now. I hit 16. Oh, that's going to be a gauntlet. 16, 15, and 13. Oh. So these flies, they aren't enemies really. They don't damage you. And it's funny if you stand on one in this room, like they pull you into the, I don't know what this is supposed to be, like plaster or sand or something. Maybe it's supposed to be sand. It's kind of odd. And they just have the big butt fly. I don't know, they're very strange enemy. I forget what their name is in the manual. I think they are named in the manual. I only remember a few of the enemy names, though, from the manual. Tooth? What about Tooth? Oh, it's like the fly's butt. It looks like a tooth? Yeah, maybe. Oh. Okay, so this... Yeah, there was lava here just a moment ago, and now it's gone. Alright. So that was the second major area of the game. Heading into the third one. SML. SML. I'm trying to remember what SML is. Oh, Super Mario Land. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen the Super Mario Land manual. I didn't own that one, but I had several friends that did, so I borrowed it a couple times. And it is the kind of thing like you just play through in an afternoon. It's a pretty short game. It's had some great tunes, though. I guess there's Birabato land that's like already... I don't know if that means something. Hi there, Grocer Goodwill. How's it going? I'm I'm inflicting a lot of pain on myself tonight. I honestly don't know if I'll be able to finish this. This has been tough so far. But I have lots of milk. I have lots of ice cream. And I guess I can pace myself. It's just you've only been through 3. All 3 of them have been bad. Though none of them were as bad as when I ate the whole Reaper. Not in a single instance, but I feel like it's just as bad across the distance. Oh yeah, this area has such a unique kind of like rhythmic motif. Sorry, there's a fly down here annoying me. Yeah, more pepper shenanigans. So the diagram up there is like how much of the Reaper pepper I've eaten so far. And the numbers on there are when I'm going to eat the next piece. So right now I'm at 26 Metroids. There's 10 to go. So that'll be 16. The piece labeled 16 is the next one I will eat. Area of the floating potatoes. So I felt like this is supposed to be like some underground alien forest. The game does a really good job of like not feeling earthly, I think. Pakun flower, Nokobon, Chibibo Kumo. Okay, yeah, those do all sound very Japanese. Oh, I'm just trying to decide which way to go. The pepperiness is distracting. I think I should have gone the other way first, actually. I think I will do this. So this is sort of... I think there is, what should I call it? A civilized area that I could get to first. I'm forgetting about the spider ball. Why am I not using my spider ball? Yeah, like there's so many parts of this game where like you can... It's not too tricky to figure out how to like get around to places that are clearly outside the main intended path. You know, and it's maybe intentionally that you can get around them. Like I'm sure the designers knew about you know, taking damage and then jumping. But like those things don't hurt the game. They're just like a clever thing you can have fun doing. And I felt like that was a real strength of Super Metroid. Okay, this place looks suspicious. Okay, there's enemies here. And I felt like that was something that was really weird to me about Metroid Zero Mission. In that, well, I don't know, like when I first got it, I knew it had like multiple routes that were planned, and it like had multiple endings for like different ways of doing that. I think I can get a missile refill down here. Yeah, there might be an enemy down here as well. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, I wanted to go here first because I think I can power up, and then I'll be in better shape to fight all the Metroids that are gonna be around. Like Metroid Zero Mission was designed to be able to play with low percent and have different routes for doing the bosses and stuff like that, which was really neat. But also, all of those routes are planned routes, which in a way takes away from them. I think this room has like a missile in the middle somewhere. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of... Pretty sure I'm about to get the wave beam, though. This does seem like a place that would be perfect for the wave beam. Yeah, and I think I'm going to get high jump, which will make getting around faster, too. What's this? Oh, space jump. Oh, right, there's no high jump in this game. There's just space jump. And this was new in this game, right? I don't think Metroid... It's been a while since I played Metroid on NES. I don't think Metroid NES had space jump. But I didn't really need it, because it never had, like, big open areas. Everything was a corridor. Vertical or horizontal. So there was no... Yeah, I think it might have had screw attack. It's been a while. And I like how in the NES one, like you don't really need to get everything. It's helpful to get screw attack, but like it's totally missable. That kind of thing. But something that really surprised me, and it's not something I noticed, because it wasn't something I thought about, in its design, but when you die in Metroid, you don't lose anything you've collected. You lose your health. But you just go back to your save point. I see. So that's what the space jump... Now the spikes are not blocking you. So that'd be... You could go against that with your with your spider ball if you're careful with damage. This is a game where I think damage boost is like a very apt term. I always thought that was a funny term because I always thought of it as a thing where like you take damage and then the damage you take pushes you, it boosts you. But then it became a term just people used for anything where you take damage to save time, which I guess that's a boost to your speed run, but that variation of the meaning kind of surprised me for a while. Oh, this is the room I'm thinking of. Yeah. So I think there's a missile in the middle here. Yeah, rocket jumping with Quake done quick or whatever it was. Yeah, well, different people use it differently, right? Words change meaning, but like damage boost, a lot of people refer to a damage boost as just something where you take damage to save time. And that's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. It's the literally damage boosting. This feels like you should be able to go through the floor, but I don't think you actually can. I think it's just a funny looking room. Yeah. Do I want to go up there first or over here first? This looks like it's going to give me something. Alright. Thanks for being here, Darth Elwood, and enjoy your lurk, I guess. Ah, the Spazer. Okay, so don't get the wave beam yet. When do I get the wave beam? Pretty sure there is a wave beam. But I think there's only one more area, and in that area you get the plasma beam. It's like the armory with all the weapons, so... kind of wondering, did I miss the wave beam in an earlier... in the second area? I can't remember. And it feels like this should be where you get the wave beam because of enemies revex. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting room. Sheriff Ram, hello. Thank you. How are you doing? Yeah, this room's pretty weird. And if you come down here without the space jump, I don't know if that's ever happened to me. Can you come down here without the space jump? It would be hard to get in there without the space jump. And it does kind of just, like, give it to you. Was there any reason to explore? Is there a missile up here? Oh, there is. Okay. I thought there might be something up here. And I think there's an energy tank just down here. I could really use another energy tank. Oh, this area. Yeah, so, I don't know, I forget if I left the train of thought unfinished. I guess I was talking about Zero Mission. Yeah, like the sneaky things you could do in Zero Mission didn't feel quite as fun as the sneaky things you could do in Super Metroid. Because in Super Metroid it seemed like there was a planned route, and they knew there were like a lot of ways to get around things, but they just sort of left them and just kind of designed it so that you could always fall out back to an area where you can kind of pick up the intended path. No, there's the plasma weapon. Why does this game give you the spacer and then the plasma like a minute later? Kind of weird. Afflicted One, hello? How's it going? The color hack of the game. I've never played this one in color. Well, except maybe on the Super Game Boy. Which is like partially, I don't know. I didn't really like the colors available for it on that. But I don't know. I never had a color Game Boy. I had a regular Game Boy, and then I had an Advance, and then I got an SP. I actually bought what was it called? The Afterburner the aftermarket backlight kit and installed it, and so there was a color hack. Someone was saying there's a DX version of this game. But is that what they meant? Is there a color hack? Like it was a ROM hack that was called the DX version because of all the DX versions of things that did exist. Actually, wait, I think I have seen a page about that. Maybe I have heard of that. Where are we going? Oh yeah, this enemy... Oh, there's gonna be a Metroid in here, isn't there? Ha! I knew it. I say I knew it like I'm figuring it out, but it's like I've played this game a lot of times. I wouldn't say 100 times, but more than 10. Like, I definitely played it a lot of times as a kid. I've played it... This is my second time playing it on stream, I think. What's going on with this area? Why do I want to get up here? I'm losing track of where I'm going. Okay. But wasn't there... Didn't I just find that I could go up one of these pipes? Oh, yeah, I could go up that one, which didn't go anywhere, but wasn't... Oh. No, never mind. Seven Metroids until the pain resumes. So I'm pretty okay right now. There's the energy tank. Okay. If you have a lot of areas where you can just sort of destroy blocks for no reason just because they look destroyable, that can be an interesting kind of aspect in itself, where like they're not so conspicuous. It's not like you see, oh, there's a red door, so I need the red item to open it. It's like, oh, there's a pile of rubble in the corner. Is it useful to search the pile of rubble, or should I just ignore it because it's just a pile of rubble? And that can be interesting. But I don't know. Sometimes there's just like an open area on the edge of something in a game, and just leads a lot of players to just go there and find that there's nothing and then have to move on. I don't know. So I can be both ways about that, but I don't know. Depends on the game, I guess. So I already went this way. That's where I got the plasma weapon. So I feel like I missed the wave beam. I don't know. And I know, like, I know there's a wave beam in the armory, but you already have plasma at this point. And I feel like the pacing should be like you get one weapon per thing. Like, I don't remember where I got the ice beam in this game. Must have been in the first area. This room is... I forgot how irritating this room is. I feel like there might be another way out of this area, but... I don't remember it offhand. It's mostly just that... Yeah, like, it's hard to avoid their shots because they shoot quickly. And the space jump doesn't really have good timing. Because you have to press at a specific time. Like, there's not a huge window there at the top of your jump, but yeah, like there's just like rubble in the corner that you can blow up that doesn't actually have any meaning. It's just sort of there to for aesthetic reasons, I guess. To feel like the place is disorganized. I remember, like, the space jump, it took me a while to get the feel of it as a kid. I guess one of many aspects where... Like, I remember... I feel like this game took me months to clear. I seem to recall, like... I probably got it in December. And then I seem to recall like talking to friends about it still in the summer of the year that I had it first. So like, was I still working on it by then? This area is kind of funny. Can we go up here? I don't think there's anything up here, though. Okay. So let's try down here. We see And I really like how the game uses these like Metroid sheddings to tell you, hey, there's a Metroid down here somewhere. These brick rooms like feel they're like the least inhuman thing in this game. There it is. Like they feel like, you know, a back alley in a city or something. Okay, 6 to go. So I've explored. I think I've explored the outside of the building here. These guys are kind of like they'll block you if you try and go into them. Maybe I should show that. Yeah, you fall off the tip. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I think there's probably one up in the corner here somewhere. Oh, hey. There's stuff up here. Well, the other thing this game has is like there's a bunch of like rubber stamp kind of things. I think this might actually lead to nothing. If I recall. Oh, maybe it's just a shortcut. I don't know. Like, why would you need to... I don't know. This is a really odd kind of area. Like, it doesn't feel like a natural piece of the environment. It sort of looks like a shortcut, but it's not that short. Or, in fact, it's probably a long cut because of all the bombing you have to do to get into it. And there's like a reward here for going that way. Also, it wasn't marked. I just sort of bombed there because I have a vague memory of getting in there. But I think I just like bombed every tile on every map when I was a kid at some point because at some point I just wanted to see everything and know everything that the game had. Okay, so I think 6 left. That's probably all I needed to do in this area. Because I got the space jump in the middle, right? Yeah, like there's a definitely yeah, you would gain a lot from RLE, I guess, but I think there's definitely a lot of like room templates. So it like starts with a template and then like makes modifications to it. Like this is probably 4 of the same template plus or 5, I don't know, 7 of this room block plus some modifications and some other pieces. Like I think there's probably a 16 by 16 stamp, room stamp that kind of starts each room, and then things modify it or something. That'd be my guess. And I guess sometimes stuff like that you can kind of see from, if you can do out of bounds tricks, you can see what rooms made up of, you know, chaotic data, misinterpreted data, actually come out as, in the way that, like, if you play the extra worlds of Super Mario Brothers, you know, they tend to look like pieces of worlds you've seen. Oh yeah. The flying dumbbells. So strange. I mean, like, this enemy looks less organic than... I don't know what I'm... It's funny that, like, you get the space jump, and then... But you already have the spider balls, so it's like you have multiple ways to get places. And then the ball jump. Which you don't need, because you can do everything you need to do with the ball jump with the bomb jump. Oh yeah, like these always have weird physics. Like, yeah, like I get stuck on the edge there. There I went across it. They were pressing down, I sort of got stuck on the edge again. I don't know, like they always feel weird to play inside. Oh yeah, this room is really neat. A little bit annoying because the whatever this is, I don't know if this is supposed to be vines or something, but... Or maybe we're in a hive and that's like a honeycomb. But it blocks your missiles. I'm still thinking about... You can see whole screens in Pixel View. Now, it could also be that I've never used Pixel View on this game. I probably should. It could also be that they just copy pasted a lot of stuff, and there's like a lot of redundant stuff in the ROM. Sometimes that's the case. So this one's funny in that, like, you can see the enemy here. It can actually attack you through the wall, which is funny. And you can sort of see down there that there's like a way to get in from below, but you come back here and there doesn't seem to be. And this is the one place where you can go through, and it holds you like jelly if you try to jump through it. Like, it's a very curious thing. But like the whole game, you can play with these, and there's like 1 or 2 opportunities to kind of go through one like this, but they don't go anywhere consequential. And here you have to figure it out. I like that. It's a little The other thing that's kind of frustrating about the boss battles, like aside from, I don't know, like the bosses don't really do anything interesting. They just kind of move in kind of stiff ways and deal damage if you touch them, but they're also invulnerable from certain areas and vulnerable from others. How are you intended to jump out of this? Because if you just try and spider ball up out, you fall off. If you try and jump straight up out, you're supposed to space jump? Huh. Maybe you are? I don't know. That's really weird. Okay. So I don't know if I can go to the right anymore from this. Oh, I can. Is this going to be another Metroid room? Nope. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I like this one. It has like these kind of like fish bone kind of things on the walls, and you can destroy them progressively. Okay, this room is now suspicious. I don't see any enemies. Yeah, I remember playing this game on summer vacation. I think we took a trip to Florida. And I was in like the later area of this game. Hi Weeble Spleen, how's it going? It is a very good Metroid. This I always found annoying. If you get this thing respawns. It's just out of view. That that little sound. Yeah, that's a good sound effect. Oh. How far am I? Okay, 2 Metroids to go, and then the pain resumes. I feel like that's really going to slow me down. But yeah, like I remember being in Florida on vacation and like in the hotel room at night working on like the late area with the Omega Metroids and the spooky music. So it must have taken me like half a year to figure out this game. Unless I got it in... Maybe I didn't get it for Christmas. Maybe I got it like at the end of the school year or something. Sometimes my parents would get me something at that time. They'd tell me I could have a video game or whatever. I like these like amoeba enemies. Is anything down here? No. But even so, if it was just like the end of the school year, like it probably still took me at least like a month or two to get through the game. Okay, there's another one. So there's only one more after this. And we never went left from the beginning. So this is interesting. Like, alright. I guess you can space jump through it, it's just... Especially this Metroid. I think is that the Gamma Metroid in particular has kind of the least scrutable vulnerable points. At this point in my life, I'm really used to it, so it doesn't really bother me, but yeah, I remember dying to them a lot. It's sort of like if I play Prince of Persia again, I can't have the experience of learning the combat there again. It's just like something I know. I think this is the room that you enter from. Like the first shaft in this, I don't know what to call this. I want to call this the underground forest. This area. Yeah, and I think I haven't gone to the left there. Karateka, I haven't done a playthrough of that yet. A long time ago I played somewhat far through it on emulator, and there was a remake on PS3, which I'm not sure it really played super faithful to the original. It had like the same kind of sequence of events, but I played pretty far into that as well. But now that I have an Apple II and a joystick, it's not a very good joystick, but it is a joystick. Yeah, this is the start of the area. Maybe I should save while I'm at it. Okay, so we're hunting for Pain. I think there's another Metroid just to the left here. Yep. Okay. But yeah, like this enemy in particular, it's hard to tell, especially like shooting from below, where you can hit it or not. Basically you want to aim for the face, but it's, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it, because it's just sort of subconscious. Oh no, we have hit 16. Okay. No. Oh. All right. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the pacing of this. I might have to take a long time. Wait. The lava's back. I guess I'll drink this ice cream. What's at the bottom of the cup? Oh. Ooh. Having another quiet portion. This area was always weird to me on my first playthrough because I couldn't figure out how to beat the enemy that gives you the spring ball. And you can get through it fine with bombs, it's just kind of slow and awkward. This enemy, I think, was called Mohique. Probably based on the resemblance to a hairstyle. Which makes me think the names in the manual weren't translations. Or maybe partially translations, I don't know. Yeah, the music in this game is really something special. Oh, okay. Oh, these weird buzzsaw scorpions or something. Such an odd enemy. I can't handle another one this quick, though. If I see the Metroid, I might need to escape and take a break. I'm honestly still not sure if I can finish this challenge tonight. Even though I have eaten a whole Reaper before, it's spacing it out is its own different kind of hell. This is one of my favorite enemies. Maybe I like it a lot because they drop good health, but they're like this flying octopus thing. And they got these big cute eyes. I guess this is also the part in the game, like between areas, whenever there's an earthquake, you kind of have to go back to where you saw a flood of acid and go into where it was. But like, I think this part of the game in particular is sort of like the most... Okay. I can't... I'm not ready for that right now. So I'm going to need a few minutes. Am I into NES games too? Yes. I've played a lot of NES games. I've made a couple of NES games. There's probably a link to my website below, which might have a link to some of them. Former Dawn looks very interesting. It's really surprising to me. And I don't say this in a bad way. Like, it's definitely not... I'm interested in the NES for the way it looks, the way it sounds, the way it made me design a game around that. And Former Dawn is sort of a different approach of trying to add a bit of hardware to the cart, but not overly complicated hardware to the cart. Like, it's not a coprocessor. They've written so much, like, justifying, like, the line that they drew about it. It's basically like if the NES had a CD add-on. That's what I would call what Former Dawn is doing, which is really interesting. And they're making a game out of it, so like sort of an action RPG, I guess. There's a demo that came out. Maybe you've played it. Just a few days ago. Like the Kickstarter. If anybody was wondering what we're talking about, since I want to kill a little bit of time, I should just link you to... Oh, here we go. Something Nerdy Studios. But you can check out Former Dawn. And I would definitely recommend checking it out. And it looks like it has 6 days to go. It's going to be an expensive cart, I think, but it'll be interesting. And Jared, I've had like some conversations like in chats or whatever with him. I really do think he's the kind of person who will see his game through no matter what happens. Like that's kind of the feel I got from him about his commitment to the projects. Like in my mind, there's no question that he will finish this. Which is often a problem with Kickstarters. Here we go. I'm trying to find the link, but if anybody's curious about this game, there is a demo. The demo's interesting because it's like a hacked emulator to be able to play, to simulate the hardware that they've created. Yeah, they'll probably do it with an FPGA or a CPLD or something on the cart. But the funny thing is, like, the stuff that they've chosen, it would be something you could kind of build out of discrete components, I think. It's just there'd be a lot of them. And at some point, it's just more cost effective to have a CPLD or something. Or maybe an FPGA, but... And the line between those two things is kind of blurry, but... CPLD tends to be a less easily configurable, like you sort of program it once kind of variant of an FPGA, and usually they're like a little bit less complex, less less parts, I guess. Can't do as much, but there's a lot of overlap between those kind of products. But like the way they're doing graphics, instead of every 16 by 16 block having a palette selection, they can now select a palette for every, I don't know if it's 16 by 1 or if it's 8 by 1, but like every sliver of pixel can change the palette. So they have a lot more free use of color in the backgrounds. Yeah, so there's a hacked emulator, or if you have an N8 Pro, you can play it on an EverDrive N8 Pro in your NES. I've tried it both ways. I prefer it. I don't really like the way the hacked emulator like blends frames. They're doing something where like they're trying to get in between colors, so like on successive frames it'll be like a lighter blue, a darker blue, and it's supposed to blend into a medium blue, and it looks a little flickery to me on my CRT. And then in the hacked emulator they just make it blend every 2 frames so that you don't see any flickering. And that doesn't feel authentic to me, but I don't know, it's okay. It's not my favorite aspect of it, but it's okay. I know he's really pushing for trying to see everything he can do out of it. But it's funny because it feels like almost like Master System graphics to me. Or like PC Engine CD. Like somewhere in between there. That's what it feels like he's transformed the hardware into, which is really interesting. But as I said, like if it was me doing that project, I would make a PC CD game instead. Or I would make a Super Nintendo game or a Genesis game. I don't know. I don't really like building hardware. But I don't know. It was interesting for him, and I think the result's going to be really cool. So I'm glad he's doing it. It's not what I would do, but I'm glad he's doing it. And I'm very curious to see what it's gonna be. Okay. I think maybe I can handle another piece of pepper now. Here we go. Super exciting and super easy to criticize, I suppose. What I will say is like I think it's a super interesting project, even though it's not what I would do, or because it's not what I would do. I mean, like I don't want to just play things that I would make, of course. Okay, I have to eat a pepper. But I don't know. I believe he will finish it. I really do. Just from conversations I've had. Like he is a very passionate person about his project. Okay. 15, that's okay, so it's that piece. Okay. Okay. Oh man, this is so. I actually really love Carolina Reapers as a pepper, like to cook with. Eating it this way is not pleasant, I will say. I mean, like the first one, it was still pleasant tasting, even though it was really painful. But like piece after piece, it's just sort of building up, and it's it no longer tastes good. But Normally, I use these in cooking. I will put like one Reaper in a big pot of food, or I'll like use a Reaper in pieces. Like maybe I'll use a quarter of it in a couple meals, and then I'll use a quarter of it in another couple meals. I really love it in cooking, but yeah, eating it like this is not. I don't recommend it. Ugh. Okay. So I gotta find 2 more Metroids. So yeah, there have been a couple of NES cartridge projects where it was like a Raspberry Pi or something in the cart. There was a Doom cartridge, which is pretty interesting, by the Raspberry, and I think a Korean company was selling kits to make it for a while. And then there's a guy on YouTube who makes kind of funny videos called Tom7. He had kind of the same project of his own, but it's like less rigorously engineered than the Raspberry's Doom NES. It was more like a proof of concept, just for the purpose of making a video. He has a lot of like weird and interesting kind of tech projects. I don't know how to describe Tom7's videos. I think one of his videos is like making the worst chess AI and trying to make. Oh man, now it's hitting my stomach. Hi there, plane. How's it going? Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh. Yeah, yeah, I've said it a couple times. I don't recommend having a whole Reaper in any meal. But I do really like the pepper when used in appropriate measures. I mean, I don't think I enjoy the pain itself, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I enjoy the challenge of enduring it, but not often. When I ate a whole Reaper like a year ago, I thought I'll never do that again. But here I am. I don't know. Yeah, habaneros are quite hot. So like a Reaper is like, you could say it's like eating 5 or 10 habaneros, depending on how hot the Reaper is, how hot the habanero is. Like there's a lot of variation. Like it's supposed to be like a 10 times habanero, I guess, but hang on. But I never liked the flavor of habaneros, whereas I really like the flavor of the Reaper. Oh. This was the first one that really hit my stomach. Most of the rest really kind of hurt in the throat. Oh. Okay. So now we head back. So yeah, like this is the area of the game that involves kind of like the most kind of looking back and forth. I think it's the easiest place to get lost, maybe. But on the other hand, there's only 2 Metroids to find. They're going to be in the same place. So as long as you find the new place, you're kind of good. I think most people who do get lost in like an area with like 10 Metroids in it, and they don't know where the one they missed is. And then they start like looking everywhere, and you start backtracking, and you know, because the areas share tiles so much, you start to... Oh man. I still don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this challenge tonight. I think I say that after every pepper, or a piece of pepper. Oh yeah, and the music is so unique. It is like it's one of the most unique game soundtracks ever. It remains one of my favorites. Oh. Yeah, nothing else in the series sounds like it either. I don't know if they've had a consistent composer. This first one had Hiptonica. I forget the name of the composer for this one, but I'm not sure they did any other games, or maybe they did one other game. Oh, Grompaloon's here. Hi, Grompaloon. How's it going? What were you playing? Thank you for the good luck. I don't know if I will succeed or not. It may defeat me yet, but I'm still going. I guess I'm not even halfway. Oh, man. Actually, I'm about to hit the halfway point. You killed Hitler. Oh, you've been playing Wolfenstein, haven't you? Was that on the Jaguar? That's neat that you have a Jaguar. I've fallen into the lava. It is much harder to concentrate when eating a Carolina Reaper pepper. Club Drive. Club Drive. Oh wait, Club Drive. No, I don't... I'm thinking of Midnight Club. What's Club Drive? Worst, buggiest experiences? Yeah, bugs can often be fun. Uh-oh. Okay, here's a Metroid. And it's just an alpha. There's one more. Hi there, Pyro. Reaper hot sauces. Yeah, I haven't had much in the way of hot sauces. I've never been like that into hot sauces. I used to like sriracha a lot, but now I don't. Well, since I started growing these Carolina Reaper peppers, they're sort of there's so much spice in them that, you know, it takes me a year to get through the ones I have, but by the time I'm out of them. So I'm just used to just cooking with the peppers. That's my favorite way to use them. And they're best like diffused into a food. Like you use small amounts and you let it simmer and cook in. They have a really nice fragrance. They have a really nice flavor. But not for me tonight. Tonight I'm forcing myself to eat a whole one. It tasted good, you know, like the first couple pieces, but it's no longer. My tongue has given up on enjoying it. So is Club Drive... Oh, you're describing it. Your remote control car thing. Oh, okay, so there's like two Metroid casings here, I guess you could call them. Castings? Sheddings? So the other one's going to be up here. I will probably... Or wait, no, was I coming down or was I going up? I think I probably need to go up. But the thing is, like... even if you have a relatively low tolerance for peppers, like you could still taste the Carolina Reaper in the right amount. Like it just needs to be a small enough amount that it works for you. In the same way, well, like I mean, like Burger King has been selling like ghost pepper nuggets, which I don't think are spicy at all. They might be like a tiny amount of spice, but it's like they just use a very small amount of ghost pepper. An amount that most people can tolerate. And they do have the flavor of ghost pepper. It's not super strong, but it's there. So if you like... I don't know. I feel like the Carolina Reaper could be accessible to everybody, flavor-wise. Hi there, Shinjin Meng. How's it going? A hot and spicy burrito that was neither. Okay, there's going to be a Metroid here. Yeah. Okay, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to hit 13 yet. So, I'll take... It's a little break from playing. Some little remote control car, and you have to drive around collecting orb doodads. Okay. Well, that could be fun. And I mean, like, physics-based games are often really bizarre. Does this game have a radar? It has this. It tells you how many Metroids are in the area. So there's it says L, I guess, for left. So there's one Metroid left in this area. Hang on a second. Blow my nose. Okay. And otherwise it tells you how many Metroids are on the planet. And your mission is to eradicate them. I thought it's funny how much this like paralleled the Alien series. With it just being sort of like, you know, the second one you go to their planet to eradicate them. And then the third one... I guess there was a bit about there being a baby in that too. I think Alien 3's movie came out a bit before this, and then the marketing was very reminiscent of it. I remember it had like this kind of like animated screen that said like, be afraid, be very afraid. But it was like this face that didn't appear in the game. It looked like Game Boy graphics, but that face was not part of this game. The Metroid staff didn't know what a bounty hunter was? I feel like I don't see any evidence that Samus Aran isn't a bounty hunter in the sense that, like, what? How would that be a rumor? I don't understand that one. But I think she's literally hunting Metroids on commission or whatever. Seeing her as altruistic? Or you're saying they didn't know that it meant she was supposed to collect money for what she was doing? I figured the money collection part of it just wasn't an interesting part of the story, so it's not really like directly there. It doesn't need to be there. Maybe it just felt it was implied by the term bounty hunter. I probably learned the word bounty hunter from this game, to be honest. Unless I learned it from Star Wars. Could have learned it from Star Wars. Oh man, am I ready for another piece? My stomach's starting to settle down. The weirdest thing I heard about Metroid, I think, was that she was named after a misunderstanding of Pele's name, the soccer player. Or it's like a part of Pele's name. At least that's where the Iran came from. Hi there, Kakalakola and Drusiform. Is this ideal music for eating a Carolina Reaper? Perhaps. Oh, I'm a bit slowed down at the moment. I think in terms of like pepper mass, I am about halfway through. The slices weren't all the same size. I'm realizing I saved like 2 of the biggest pieces for last, which is probably appropriate. But I'm not looking forward to it. I don't even know if I'll get there. Agra, I'm not sure if I said hello. Hello? How's it going? Oh. Okay. Okay, let's go. Next Metroid. Okay. Well, the ground will shake, so I must eat the 13 Metroids piece. Alright. Edison Orantes. Yeah, I think that's where the Aran part came from. I don't think it was like a total conversion of his name, but like I think somebody on the staff was a soccer fan. And you don't want to just swallow it, because like if a piece ends up just like stuck in your throat, no good. So you gotta chew it. Is this the spiciest thing I've ever eaten? Well, I have eaten a whole Carolina Reaper. That was the spiciest thing I've ever eaten. Oh. Yeah. I did that last year. Oh, sorry, it's going to be tough to talk for a bit. Oh boy. Yes, this is very unpleasant. So, I will need to get more to drink in a moment. No, it's not like that. It just hurts a lot. So I'm not being careful with my breathing. It's just hard to talk. Okay, I need a resupply. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, okay. I find the pain in the mouth is not the worst part. Pain in the throat with the Reaper. I don't know. People say that's a characteristic of the Reaper. I don't know if it's something to do with its own peculiar oils. They sort of slide into the throat. I don't know. But that is where it hurts the most. But it can hurt in the mouth. It can hurt in the stomach. As Kakalakola mentioned, it can hurt coming out. I did take a trip to the bathroom, and there's a spicy feeling. Also, I found some crackers in the cupboard. Okay, where was I at? 7. Okay, I've got a little bit of time for the next one. So right now, what's actually bothering me the most is like the volume of milk that I've had. My stomach feels really full. And if anything's going to defeat me, I think that would be it. I think I could handle the pain, but like... I've got too much liquid in me right now. I forget who asked, but is it the spiciest thing I've ever had? It's, well, I guess it's equivalent. So last year I played Mario 2 All-Stars version, and I ate a whole Carolina Reaper at the start of that. And that in itself was a more intense moment. But after about half an hour, it had subsided to pretty tolerable levels. Like, I was still in pain. Am I going the right way? I'm not sure. Well, we'll see. The confusion of pepper pain is part of this challenge, I guess. Oh yeah, I definitely don't need to be here. So yeah, that hurt more, but for a shorter period of time. These individual bits are quite painful. They subside faster. They're not as painful. But prolonging it is perhaps overall more painful. I would say. Hi there, Zaylin. How's it going? Oh, you just raided. Hello. What were you playing? Those are some nice, what's the name of that game? Snake Rattle and Roll snakes. And Gresco Kit's here. How you doing? how'd it go with Bill and Ted? And what were you playing, Zaylin? Marble Madness. Oh man. Okay, that's a game I really loved as a kid. I had it on Atari ST. Were you playing the NES version, or were you playing some other version? The final stage of Bill and Ted was rough. Okay, did I just come out of this hole? Okay, I'm gonna try going down here again. See if I see a suspicious... This went down, this went up. Yeah, I don't think this is the way. Oof. Oh, Metroid 2 is one of my favorite games. Might be my favorite Game Boy game. I mean, what's my favorite game does not necessarily stay the same over time, you know? But yeah, I loved this game when I first had it, and there's enough unique things about it that every once in a while I want to replay it. And I always enjoy it. And I feel like I enjoy it differently now than I did when I was a kid. Especially like after becoming a game developer, I guess. Like I appreciate the ways that this game is unique and special for a Game Boy game. A lot more. I mean, well, as a kid, I mean, I appreciated games that were different than other games, but like, you know, at that point in my life, I'd played like 6 Game Boy games, you know? It's like not... I didn't have an idea of the whole work of the system. I didn't know... I didn't have a good idea of what a Game Boy game could be. Like, what's the extent? What's a small Game Boy game look like? What's a big Game Boy game look like? But now being able to look back on it, like, it's so... It is very special to me. I don't know. I would say, like, I've seen people play it for the first time. It is one that there's a capacity to get lost in because of... I think this section in particular is a particular culprit because you have to go back and forth over some areas. But a lot of areas have to use the same tiles and look kind of similar, and it can get confusing. Okay, so I probably didn't go down here before. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that before. I mean, before on this playthrough. Uh... 16-bit. Oh, is the Lynx a 16-bit CPU? I don't know what the Lynx CPU is, actually. I know it's a fairly powerful CPU, like to the point where a bunch of games are like software rendering rather than Oh, okay, so yeah, so these are all enemies I have not seen tonight. Oh! The crow, the orb crow that, like, comes out of the lava. I love this one. This is a great enemy. Look at that guy. Yeah, so like last time I played this on stream, it took me 2.5 hours to play through. I am halfway through the pepper. But I mean, well, 2 of those pieces are like right at the end. Short distance from each other. So I mean, like we started... the game starts with 39 Metroids on the planet, I guess. And now we're at 13, which I guess gives an idea of progress. But they're not... sometimes they come faster and slower. These blocks that are like big pixels is always weird to me. And I didn't know what to do when I got here as a kid. And I tried bombing them. And for some reason I didn't think to use a missile. And look how it like just falls off and like crashes on the ground. And that only exists in this one spot in the game. It's just a weirdo missile door. It's kind of like a little special moment. Oh. So, yeah. I think I explained that yes, this is equal to the spiciest thing I've ever eaten, I guess. But I think dragging it out this way is overall more painful, even though momentarily eating the whole one in one all at once, like I did last year, that was more painful in the moment. But after the first half hour, yeah, like it was basically sort of like I was fairly normal and just sort of finishing up the game. And I felt bad everyone arriving to stream and like nothing out of the ordinary is going on, even though it's a hot pepper stream. It's just I had eaten a hot pepper. So I thought it would be more interesting if I ate it in pieces so that like it kept renewing the which I think it has been, but I do think dragging it out makes it more painful in aggregate. And I'm not sure if I will succeed. Mainly because I'm really full of milk now. And I will need milk to continue. But there's only 6 more pieces. What's next? Oh, the other half of the tail. For a while I was, I went to university for music. I play a few instruments, but I was playing trombone in a bunch of bands at the school, and I kept trying to play this tune on trombone. I didn't know what to do about this fast part, because it was just too fast for what I could do on trombone, but I did play this tune like while warming up and stuff a lot. I don't know if anyone ever recognized it. But I was also into like Arnold Schoenberg and stuff. People just thought I was probably playing some weird atonal music that they knew I was into. I don't know. Oh, here's our first, what is this one? Alpha, Beta, is this the Gamma Metroid? So unlike so these ones, it is hard to avoid their attacks, but it seems easier to hit these ones than... Oh, I don't know if I'm going to survive this. Maybe I should retreat. Like, it's just really hard to avoid their attacks. Like, battles with the bosses, they're almost like RPG battles in that, like, you know, you're not supposed to avoid taking damage. You're just supposed to trade blows and, you know, like maybe you can avoid taking damage a little bit, but, and maybe you can aim better. Like, you do have to aim capably. But it's not like a precision action game where, you know, if you played perfectly, you'd take no damage. Well, I don't know. Maybe there is a no damage run of Metroid 2, but that seems like a very, very difficult task, like something that's outside the realm of anything that was planned. Whereas a game like Mega Man, you know, like they plan for you to be able to avoid every single attack. That seems to be a clear part of the design of the game. They don't expect you to avoid them all, but they make it so you could, in theory. Why did I want to go back? Oh, I was hoping there was health down here. I think there's health on the ceiling of this area. Trying to decide like what order I want to tackle this, because I need health. Did my bullet just go like right through that enemy without damaging it? I don't know, there might be a sensible way to no damage this. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a speedrun of this game, and I probably should look at one at some point. Oh, okay. So usually going inside first is better, because often there's like loot and stuff inside. I know there's an energy tank on the ceiling. Wait, did I already go through here and come out? Up there? I came in this way, didn't I? I don't think there's anything down here. Oh, maybe there is. Hey. I love the missile pickup sound in this one. It's a good little jingle. Oh, okay. I'm starting to feel relief. Yeah, the big problem... So, I don't know, like I'm reminded of how... I don't know, I'm thinking of chemistry class where, you know, like they learn the best way to wash out, like wash something clean is a little bit of water, swirled around and dumped out. A little bit of water. Rather than dumping in like a whole bunch of water and trying to swirl it around. Like, it's more effective if you use less water many times than if you use a lot of water once. And it wastes less water. The reason I'm thinking of that is I'm thinking of, you know, whenever I have a piece of pepper, I want to wash the capsaicin away with milk. And because I've divided the pepper into 12 pieces, I've made it more effective as, in the opposite way of something that I need to wash off more. Whereas like when I ate a whole one, it's just one shot. I live through that pain. I wash it out, and that's just one session of milk and ice cream or whatever I had. Is there a limit of milk you can drink before you throw it up? There is a thing called the gallon challenge, where the challenge is to drink a liter of milk and then keep it down for half an hour. I have tried it. I did puke. It was bad though. It like my stomach was sore for like 2 days after. I don't recommend trying that challenge. But the thing is, like, holding a whole gallon of liquid in your stomach. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on your stomach. I guess some people, like, if you do eating contests, maybe that's not really a problem because you're used to it. But I hurt my stomach. Like, it was sore for a couple days, and I don't recommend it. But I haven't heard of anyone beating the gallon challenge. I've heard of many people trying it. Anyway, so having had a lot of milk. Oh, this room is kind of neat. This reminds me of like the spike breaker room in Symphony of the Night. Okay, is this going to be a beta or a gamma? If it's a gamma, I can probably handle it. I'm probably gonna die. Definitely gonna die. I'm not even gonna get out of this. I can't even escape. That's okay. I think I saved a moment ago, didn't I? Okay, so I need some help. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go around the boundary of this this building here. I'm pretty sure there's an energy tank I can grab on the roof. And I think there's a second one inside somewhere. Like not on the roof, but there's like a an entrance on the roof that goes inside. I think there's a energy tank in there. Oh, I know where I am now. So this is the armory. Here's the ice beam. So at this point in the game, you can actually grab any weapon you want. Because there's going to be a big stack of all the weapons. I forget if there's something useful in here. But yeah, I don't recommend. Oh, I remember this enemy was called Gunzu in the manual, and it looks like a zoo of guns. So that was funny. Okay, so here's the wave beam. I'm gonna get it because I'm gonna get the plasma beam again in a moment, but because I haven't gotten the wave beam in this room, I think I missed it in the second area, but I don't remember where it would have been. Oh, I can damage Gunzu with it. I wasn't sure. So I remember that enemy name just because I thought it was funny and appropriate. Right. I don't think there's anything in any of these. At least we got to see the wave beam in this run. Gun Zoo implies the existence of Gun Water Park? I'm not sure there's a zoo water park existence dichotomy. Anyway, you can get the plasma beam back. I think one time when I did a run as a kid, I grabbed the ice beam at this point in the game. just because I knew I would need it at the end, and just played the rest of the game with the ice. Oh, I wanted an energy tank. So is this whole area just an armory? Oh yeah, I love these areas that just had like little burbling noises as their music. And especially with that dum 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 dum, like that chord that plays. Or I guess you could call it a dyad. I'm not sure if it counts as a chord because it's just two notes. But it's a very it's definitely like a just a musical feeling that has stuck with me. Is it supposed to be an abandoned space pirate base? I think it's well, I think in the manual it describes it as like a ancient civilization, but like so this isn't the space pirate home planet. I don't think. No, the space pirates were on Zebes, right? That was their home planet. Yeah, I think this was just supposed to be an ancient civilization. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's an energy tank. Yeah, you can see it here. This one you can't go through. An armory joke? I mean, they could have been pirates. I can't hit it with the bombs? I think that it's possible to duck underneath that enemy. Okay, so this is a weird room. You kind of have to lay bombs to see where you're going. Yeah, it's where the Metroids came from, and that's why we're here to eradicate them. Oh, okay. Okay. And I believe you can jump out through this. Yeah. So it's sort of like a one-way passage. That's good. So I finally got a health refill. Definitely needed that. So the other one... Okay. Yeah, this room was weird. I remember, like, this room took me, like, days to figure out as a kid. So, like, you just have to figure out where to break the walls in the darkness. It's hard to see where you're scrolling without, like, dropping bombs constantly, because they, you know, if you're scrolling in the darkness, you don't really know if you're moving. And the ball just has this sort of constantly moving look, so you don't know the difference between moving and stationary. Okay, so we've got where's the last energy tank? I wonder. I think there's one inside here somewhere. Unless I just missed it. Maybe I missed the whole area and I'm behind on an energy tank. That's possible too. Okay, here comes another gamma. Like, unlike the beta Metroids, at least these ones you can kind of tell, like, where their head is when you're shooting at it. Like, it's a lot easier to tell where to hit them, and they're a lot more kind of stationary, I think. Okay, so we can go through there. You wonder if what was an intentional design decision. Oh, the thing I said about the ball, you can't tell if it's moving, if it's in the darkness. Yeah, I don't know, a lot of stuff like that, like, you've set up a system, and you go like, what happens if we make a dark room? And then you play with it and see that happens. So they might have decided on how to animate the ball differently after that, or before that, I don't know. Okay, screw attack. That's pretty handy at times. The place I find it most handy is the final boss, actually. Oh, it's actually a way to avoid taking damage, I think, from the fireball attacks. I think. I don't know how easy it is to actually deploy that in practice. It's very important for avoiding the attacks of the final boss. It's kind of funny, like the screw attack is more of a defensive mechanism, I think. Hey, missile refill, that's good. Alright, so 4 Metroids left until more pain. So the reason I chose this game is that I knew it had... I was looking for a game that had a bunch of segments that would come in a predictable amount of time. A game that wasn't new to me. So I would know how long it would take and, you know, wouldn't be fumbling through it. So I thought of, like, Link to the Past, maybe, but I don't know how to play Link to the Past quickly. Like, I've played through it several times, but I don't... It's not one I replay often. I've never played the, like, randomize or anything like that. So whenever I've played it, it's been, you know, like a 10-hour affair. Or however long it takes to play through that game normally, but it occurred to me as one that had like a bunch of kind of segments that I could put a piece of a pepper at each one. So I thought of other games that I knew and had played and could reliably get through. This seemed like a good one. And also that it's like not too fast. Like I can get through Battletoads reliably, but it's also a much shorter game in terms of time. And this one's sort of more relaxed in terms of action, and I knew I'd be kind of incapacitated at times. Though I guess, I don't know, like last time I played Mario 2, I mean, I could have done that like one piece per world or something. The pieces would be bigger. Okay, we got 3 Metroids left here. Oh, with the randomizer I could play Zelda and Metroid? I've never actually played through the original Zelda. Actually, I know how to get there. Yeah, I remember this. There's a like a. There you go. Oh, that's actually a missile pickup. I thought that was like a missile refill for a moment, but that would have been vertical. I took a lot of damage. So I know there's a beta up here. Are these betas or are they Zeta? I remember in my first playthrough, this one... This is the only Metroid I remember, like, I just couldn't find it for a long, long time. So it was like, I was exploring this area for a while. And somehow I just didn't come up here. Ah, I did remember this. But how to get into it? Oh, there it is. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Zaylin. Good to have you here. Yeah, Hungry's Halloween stream was nice. A nice community time, I think. Mostly I've been playing 2-player Trials of Mana with Jordy GH on Sundays. Okay, so I think I've been through this building, but I didn't find a second energy tank. Did I miss an energy tank? I feel like the fact that I never saw the wave beam until I got to the armory. I probably missed an area. Like a significant area. Oh well. I'm sure I could beat this with 1 energy tank less. It's not like it's a... This isn't the most demanding of games, like and I don't know, like I did play... Yeah, like my first playthrough of this as a kid, I did like very thorough things eventually where it was just like bombing everywhere, and I probably didn't even manage to bomb everywhere, but... So is this... Yeah, I think this is just like a structure that exists on a lot of the maps, but I don't think there's ever anything up here. It's just sort of a weird, annoying bypass, but like there's... I was wrong. I did not remember this being here. That's the last energy tank? Really? Man, that's like... How do I not remember that? Oh yeah, the X-ray. For some reason, I believed in my first playthrough of Super Metroid the X-ray didn't work everywhere, but I don't think that's true. I think every hidden block is X-rayable. There is a room that the X-ray is broken in as a bug, but it's also pretty easy to discover. I think it's a room where there's like fireflies, and the problem is that the fireflies use like the transparency effect, and because of the conflict between that and the X-ray, it doesn't show a wall you can walk through in that room. But it's not too hard to find that wall. Also, I think you don't have to go there to complete the game anyway. Oh, you have to walk through that one? Like in Norfair, like it's the room with the energy tank and the or are you talking about a different room? The one with like the energy tank and the like rock dinosaur sculpture. That one seems like a bug. That seems like a conflict between. Did I say Norfair? I thought I said a different. Or I thought I said Norfair, I mean. Oh no, there's only one Metroid left. Am I ready for another one? Oh man. Every piece I've had, I've been saying, like, I don't know if I'm going to finish this. uh... Is there nothing on the left all the way down? Oh, there are. There's two. Yeah, the fake wall there. But, like, the X-ray doesn't work in any room with fireflies. It's just none of the other firefly rooms have hidden blocks, I think. Oh, I already came here. Okay, I was wondering, like, how there could only be one left, but there's two places to go. So I got this one earlier on. But you have to go through that wall to proceed? I forget. But it seemed like that's like the only instance, or there might be one other instance or something, but... Don't put hidden blocks in rooms where X-ray is broken. Yeah, I think that was just an oversight that it happened in that room. I think they forgot about it in that room, and we're probably avoiding it elsewhere, but... yeah, on my first playthrough, I seemed to feel that X-ray didn't tell you everything, but like on subsequent playthroughs, it seemed like it really does tell you everything. Actually, that's something funny about game design. Like, people, like, if you look up, like, stuff like how to implement slopes in a platform, that's an incredibly... I wouldn't even say that it's difficult to implement slopes. It's just that it has a million edge cases. And if you want to make a game where, like, you can have any kind of shape of corner... You have, like, triangular corners, you have, like, different angles. It's like, there's just so many things to think about and solve, each of which is a minor problem, but you have to think about it. Most games do not solve all those problems, and that's something I didn't realize until like being, I guess, like a younger game developer, I would just like jump into it and like try and solve every single slope edge case. And then as I got older and I started looking at what other games do, I realized they don't solve all the edge cases. They just have a bunch of rules in their engine about which slopes you can use. It's like you can put this block here, but you have to have this block next to it, or like they have a whole bunch of unwritten rules that they just obey. Maybe they have a tool that enforces it or whatever, and they do it that way. They don't make it, they make it simpler by just not creating all the cases that would have you write more and more and more and more code. Different approach. Um, oh no, I'm fighting the Metroid. The earthquake is upon us. We've reached 6. It's time to eat the tail. I think I can handle this one. So this is the tail. Like the pepper picture above is the picture I took of this pepper before I cut it up. Like I cut it in 2 halves. And I did that. So this is actually that piece that I don't know how to hold it the right way. Which part is the tail? Problem is there's like a piece of the tail. Oh, and a piece sticking out. I guess I've got it backwards. Well, you can see that it's the mirrored version of that. And there's like a piece off the edge. So I tried to make the diagram look like the cuts that I made. Roughly. Yeah, like you can avoid so many edge cases just by forbidding certain combinations. I don't know. It's funny. Oh, I don't know if I want to finish this challenge. Hmm. I should take my own advice. Little sips of milk. Okay. All right. Oh no, there's only one for the next one. Oh boy. Oh. The next part of the game is really interesting, too. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through it. Because it's 3 in a row. And I don't know if I can handle the liquid. That I will need to wash my throat. Oh boy. Okay. Starting to settle. I've been thinking to myself, like, can I do this? Maybe I could split it up into 2 nights, but I don't want to resume this at a later time. That sounds like... I don't know. I don't want to do this. Dragged out even longer. Someone asked earlier if I like the pain. I don't like the pain. I'm not a masochist, but I like the experiment. I like the challenge. I like seeing what happens. So I've had this idea for a long time, but I didn't know exactly how it was going to go down. It honestly has been tougher than I anticipated. The funny thing about eating a Carolina Reaper, like the first time I grew them, or the first time I had some, like I was handling them with gloves and... What am I doing? Okay. Being really careful. And now, I feel like once you've eaten that, like that's the spiciest pepper, there isn't something worse. Like I no longer have any fear about how spicy a pepper can get. Maybe of pure capsaicin extract. I should still fear that. I hope I've managed to mute all my nose blows. I don't want to subject people to that sound. Okay, so I wanted to find a missile refill. thought there was one in a niche somewhere. Around here. Because I'm going to need a lot of missiles. So where we're headed, they did the kind of final dungeon part of the game where you need to, you know, pack your bags before you leave. Make sure you're well prepared. You can't just go down there because you'll run out of missiles, you'll run out of health. So I need to refill my missile. I forget what the missile refill was. I found one earlier, right? Wasn't there a niche on the west wall? Cry havoc and let slip the raiders. How's it going? Atari Beer Pong. Tuentin or Quentin, I guess I should call you. Let me know if you have a preference. How's it going? What were you playing Atari Beer Pong? Oh yeah, I'm wearing the Nightman. I forgot what shirt I was wearing. The Nightman cometh. It is, for those that don't know, it's sort of a side story within It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Charlie writes an opera. It seems to reveal some dark elements of his past. Looks nothing like the 90s TV series Nightman. I'm not familiar with that. Star Trek DS9 The Fallen. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen you playing that. I think it's neat that there's a game you get to play as Cisco. And where did I find the spare missiles? Just want to refill my missiles and get out of here. But I also am dilly-dallying. So it's going okay. It's been very painful. Dragging it out this way. So last year I just ate a whole pepper, one shot. And it was more painful in the moment, but it was just like 1.5 hour episode of pain, and then it was like tolerable pain for the rest of the things, so it wasn't really that interesting for the rest of the playthrough. So this year I thought I'd synchronize pieces of it to a game, and I would say it's been more exciting and intimidating, but it's also... I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish or not. I've got 5 pieces left. The limiting factor is how much liquid can I sustain. Like, I need to drink milk to calm it down after each piece. And I've had a lot of milk at this point. But I think if I pace myself, I can do it. I hope I have... Oh. Gotta check if I'm muted. Sip, don't gulp. Yeah. Well, like, I think... I mentioned earlier that, like, I had learned in chemistry, like, don't... wash with small amounts. Many washings with small amounts are more effective at cleaning something than a single washing with a large amount. I mean, there's some cases where a soak is needed to soften something, but this isn't that kind of case. So I should have been trying to sip the milk a bit more. Little sips. And I will try to do that from... I was trying it with the last bit, but I got half a liter into milk before thinking of that. I've had half a liter of water, and I guess half a liter of beer. So, and now I'm another 250 mils into this milk. A bit into this water. So I'm somewhere around like 2 liters of liquid plus the pizza I had beforehand. Oh wait, no, I had another glass of water too. So let's say I'm at like 2.5 liters of stomach content of liquid. A bit of pizza. A formidable amount of pizza. I didn't want to do this on an empty stomach. I was definitely... I know I need something to mitigate the... the pepper, help it spread around. Why the pepper challenge? Because, well, I thought it'd be fun, but I have been growing Carolina Reaper peppers for the past, I guess this is my 3rd year. And basically, like, I start growing them in like February, March, and they're such a slow-growing pepper, they take all year. I think if I lived in like Florida or something, I could grow them all year, and they'd have like several crops. But here it takes the whole year to grow them. So in November, I all of a sudden have like 30 of them all at once, and I don't know what to do with them because they're, you know, I can eat like one a month in my cooking. Like that's a reasonable pace for me for eating them. But the reason I kept growing them is because I really liked the taste. I always liked eating spicy food occasionally, but I always found the really spicy stuff used peppers I didn't like the taste of. I don't like the taste of habaneros, which are like the commonly... They're like the supermarket spiciest pepper. A Reaper is like 10 habaneros rolled into one. So it's not like it's... I guess that is one order of magnitude spicier, but it's like... At some level, like if you cut it down to small enough portions, like even a Carolina Reaper is tolerable to anybody. It's just a matter of portions and being reasonable. Eating a whole one is not being reasonable. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway. That was a spicy cough. Anyway, I do not recommend eating whole. It is by far the spiciest thing I've ever eaten. But I don't know. I just enjoy the experiment of it, the challenge of it. I said this last time that I couldn't imagine myself doing it again. But here I am doing it again. Where's the... Oh, where did I fill up? Oh, it's in here. There it is. Okay, now I can leave. Okay, now I'm ready. I feel like you can get over 200 missiles in this game. I guess I've missed quite a bit. The other thing is, like, this game never had a percentage counter or anything like that. That was introduced in Super Metroid. So as a kid, and without someone to tell you that there were this many missiles in the game, there really wasn't a way for me to know as a kid if I'd found them all or not. But, yeah. So I have a lot of Carolina Reaper peppers. A lot more than I know what to do with. So I try to give them away to people who are interested, but like most people do not want to eat a Carolina Reaper. So they're hard to give away. Yeah, if you aren't eating hot, spicy things regularly, like it's exceptionally hard. Like I wouldn't say, you know, I eat pretty spicy things on a regular basis, but I don't consider myself like on the what am I saying? I'm eating a whole Carolina Reaper. I don't consider myself like I've seen people who can eat a Reaper and like a whole Reaper and kind of shrug it off. I'm not at that level. And I don't really want to eat so much spicy food that I get at that level. I just enjoy something really spicy now and then. And my level of tolerance means that, you know, I could eat quite a lot of jalapenos without it ever seeming very spicy. And I was mentioning earlier, like, I just don't like the taste of habaneros, which is usually what the next step of a really spicy dish is. So I've always had this quandary of like, I wish I could get a spicier food that I liked the taste of, and growing Reapers has enabled that. I can make something as spicy as I can tolerate without it being a flavor I dislike. I really love the flavor of the Reaper. And that's what's kept me growing them. They've just been a really nice pepper. And every other like super spicy pepper that I'd ever tried, like scorpion or ghost pepper, I didn't like the flavor of those either. The Reaper was different. And it also happened to be the spiciest thing. Do I need to go up? Oh, I see. I can't go down this way. You haven't had jalapenos since leaving the US. Are they not easy to find? I figured they'd be like a pretty common pepper in a lot of places. Regular green chili peppers. Whenever I read about what am I thinking? I first got interested in spicy food, I guess, when I was in university. I think I came through here before. I think I want to go to the... I don't know, I'm getting lost. It's funny, because usually this isn't a game that I get lost in when I replay, but the spicy pepper has really thrown me. Expensive imports. What was I saying? What happened was I actually read a novel by Daniel Pinkwater. I don't know if you've heard of Daniel Pinkwater, but he wrote a bunch of young adult novels that were... One of them is called Young Adult Novel, I believe. But they had like a good sense of humor. I don't know, a friend had recommended it to me. And in one of them, somebody made chili. I forget which one it was. Maybe it was The Last Guru, I think it was called. But there was talking about making chili in that. And I decided to just make chili at home one day. And I thought, hey, I really like this. And then When I went away to university, I just started making it once a week because it's cheap, it's nutritious, and I really liked it. And then I decided, well, maybe I can make it spicy, and I found some like pickled Thai chilies. I was getting it at the dollar store in jars. They were just like really inexpensive, and I don't know, they were fun to use. So every week I put in a little more than the week before, and after a few months I had pretty reasonable tolerance for stuff. And so when I'd go to restaurants, sometimes I'd order like whatever the spicy thing on the menu was and enjoy that. So I started doing that, but then I found when I tried to order like the really spicy things on the menu, I started disliking the taste, and I had a real hard time finding something that was spicier that I liked the taste of, and that was it. It was that I don't like habanero, and I didn't realize it at the time. If you had an oven to sterilize your ball jars, what I do is I just use vinegar. I just boil some vinegar with a bit of sugar and coriander. That's what I've been using lately. And then just put the peppers in that. I just wash the jar, but I'm not trying to like long-term store them. I've just been keeping them in the fridge. So maybe that's not the type of pickling that you're talking about. Like pickling for long-term storage, yeah, maybe you do want to sterilize in hot water, but I think it matters a lot more with... There's two types of pickling. One is just like storing it in acid, like in vinegar, and one is the lactobacillic bacterial culture or something. I think that one's trickier, and that one requires more careful preparation. Where am I going? But I don't know. I haven't... Well, it's not really an area I'm too expert. I just... But I grew jalapenos this year, and they turned out to be, like, amazingly easy to grow. I had never actually tried growing any other peppers before Carolina Reaper. Like, I started growing Carolina Reaper peppers just because I wanted to know what a fresh one would taste like. I had tasted, like, dried Carolina Reaper, and I honestly wasn't a huge fan of that. But I had heard people say, like, oh, it has this fruity taste. And I was like, well, what do they mean? And I was surprised, like, it is a unique taste, and it is a good one. And, but yeah, so I'd never grown peppers before, and I had a real hard time the first year. They really struggled. Second year, they went pretty well. This third year, it went just fine. This third year, they finally look like Carolina Reapers. I managed to get ones with like little tails. That's sort of the classic look. Okay, I'm going back and forth the same spot here. I'm trying to remember how this goes down. But at the same time, I decided this year to grow jalapenos because while I can get them in the supermarket, they're always green in the supermarket. Nobody sells jalapenos that have been ripened to red in the supermarket. I guess that's just more expensive to do or whatever. I don't think this is the way to go. There is lava here. But I was surprised how much easier they are to grow. Like they grew like aggressively, and you know, there were ripe peppers middle of the season, whereas like my reapers grow, like the plant grows really slowly, and then the peppers grow slowly, and they ripen slowly, and I just get one crop of them in November. So it was a very different experience. But yeah, like, I guess what I was saying, like Coca-Cola, if you feel like growing something, I think jalapeno peppers are one of the easier peppers to grow. At least, in my I've only grown 2 peppers, but like they were dramatically easier than reapers, and I don't know, like they're a very common pepper, at least around here. So if you need seeds, it probably wouldn't be too hard to come by, or maybe even I could mail you some. I've got a bunch of seeds from my jalapenos this year. Yeah, do you find they just thrive? Chelated metals. Huh. Chelated metals. I've heard of chelation as like a medical process to remove heavy metals from somebody who's been poisoned or something, but I don't know. Oh. Oh, I found it. I had to come up here. Okay. Okay. Am I ready for this? Magnesium glycinate. I had not heard of that. That's interesting. Muscular tension from stimulant use. I have experienced that. Not too badly, but at times. What have I missed? I'm delaying because I want to wait a moment before I have to eat another piece. It will be the 5 piece up there. Effortless pepper, yeah. Elemental magnesium versus magnesium glycinate. Okay. So I guess chelation is a way of chemically binding metals into things? I don't know. Can I do this? Ooh, I just heard my stomach rumble. Okay, let's go. So I really love this part of the game because well, like, you're on the hunt for one Metroid. There's only 6 left. And it's just this baby alpha. And so... oh no. This is the smaller piece. I did put 3 smaller pieces together in this run. I tried to, anyway. I tried to guess how big. I did leave two of the larger pieces for last. And they'll be pretty much back to back because it's like before the boss and after the boss. Man, this has been grueling though. It really has. Ooh. Mm. Okay. This pain's starting to mount. So what was I saying? Yeah, this part of the game. You fight this little alpha Metroid. And you wonder... Like, it seems kind of weird. I think this room had lava in it before. So you come down here. This is going to be hard to describe. And suddenly the way you came in is blocked. So you end up having to go back to where you just were. Where you may have noticed there was a Metroid casing just in front of the Alpha. So we saw a casing, but not a Metroid. And I'm not ready to fight it right now. I'm gonna have to take a break here. So I don't really know much about beta endorphins. I've heard of a pepper high. I'm in too much of a pepper pain to really be able to evaluate that at the moment. Anyway, well, I don't know if this is a surprise, but there's the Metroid shell, and there's the other Metroid shell, and there's the Metroid, which somehow was hiding before. But this is actually a big reveal, because the Metroids have been mutating. This one is going to be the first mutation of the Omega Metroid. But we're not going to see it for a few minutes, because I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Why can't I scroll back? Ah, there we go. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, I was going to say, I think you mentioned seeds. How seeds tend to be where capsaicin is concentrated in a pepper. I think that's true of jalapenos. They tend to be, I think it's concentrated in the placenta kind of matter. There's like a jelly matter around the seeds. However, reapers are a bit different. Maybe I could show you. I don't know if you can see. So this is piece 0. There is heat in the seeds, around the seeds, but they don't have like a jelly placental matter like jalapenos do. The seeds are just kind of covered in that oil, and the oil is contains lots of capsaicin, but that oil is also in all of the flesh of the pepper, and the pepper doesn't have a lot of flesh, so it tends to be kind of even. Like, the seeds aren't really the spiciest part anymore, and like in this kind of pepper anyway. But oh man. Little sips. That is important. Okay. I guess I could read about chelation while I'm kind of waiting for my body to stop complaining. Chelation is a type of bonding of ions and their molecules to metal ions. Okay. Derived from Greek chele, meaning claw. Oh. The ligands lie around the central atom like the claws of a crab. It's an interesting description. Anyway. I am going to take a very short bathroom break. I will be back. And then I'll fight this Mega Metroid. Alright. Oh,
have a good night, Atari Beer Pong, if you haven't already gone to bed. Oh, hi there, little mixer. How's it going? Sleep and lurk. Sometimes I've fallen asleep watching streams and I wake up and they're still going. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. I think I'm prepared for this Metroid now. Okay, so let's try to describe what it means in the game. But hopefully explanation was sufficient. Okay, so this is the first Omega Metroid. But they're so much less fierce than the Gamma Metroid, because they're... If I got it right, is it Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Omega, or were they Zetas? I can't remember. I know there's no Delta Metroid. So they do a lot of damage if they touch you. I thought their like short little tails are kind of funny. They look like they've broken off. So, yeah, like they stay very still. They take a lot of hits, but they don't move around a lot. Oh no, I forgot. Okay, which one am I? This is 4. This one is a smaller piece. It looks bigger on my... chart there. It looked bigger when I cut it. I think it's been kind of shriveling and drying up over the course of the night. Oh, man. Ugh. Wow. I don't know why, but the taste gets more unpleasant over the night. Like the first few bites tasted really good, and then I don't know. I guess it's just like a buildup of residue in my mouth or something. They do not taste good at this point. So you may notice on the diagram what's left. There's a 1 prime and a 1, I don't know what to call that, secundus. Is it usually what comes after prime? Secondary. After we hit 1, the game has a bit of a surprise. Oh man.
Yeah. Ugh. I don't know if I'm going to do the next 3 pieces or not. And I say this after each piece. Whew. Question in my mind is if I do give up, will my curiosity be satisfied? And it might. But it's not. It would mean I'd be tempted to do this again. Hey, that missile pointed down. Do all the missile pickups point down? Or is it only this enemy? This is a part of the game where I need to regain health. So I mentioned it's kind of like a final dungeon section where the game's just not going to give you refills anymore for a little while. So you have to be prepared. Oh, okay. Starting to subside. You know what, though? It is getting quite late. It's 4:45 in the morning. I didn't think I would be going this long. I didn't realize it would slow me down this much. I think I'm going to call it. I'm going to finish the game, but I'm not going to finish the pepper. There are 3 pieces left. This one is actually the biggest one, and I had it scheduled for the final boss. And then this one with the stem, I thought a piece of stem would be fun for the post-final boss. And then there's a small piece. I say small, but Honestly, like the size of the piece, I'm not sure how much of a difference it's made. The funny thing is, growing these peppers, they're also not all consistently the same amount of heat. There's a lot of variation in size. There's a fair amount of variation in heat. I can definitely say this is one of the hottest ones that I've grown. So I could have had luck and gotten a milder one. But not tonight. Tonight was a hot one. I have heard that jalapenos are particularly variable in their amount of heat. Like different varieties, but even like peppers on the same plant. More than other species, they tend to be a bit more variable in how much heat they might have. So sometimes people have a really spicy experience with a jalapeno, and sometimes they're quite mild. At least in the range that they can produce. For me, I find them pretty mild. I think even when they're kind of on the spicier end of a jalapeno, but they can get there is overlap between, say, like a Thai bird's eye, the little short red chilies, and jalapenos in terms of spiciness. Like the high end of jalapeno and the low end of Thai bird's eye chili can overlap. Ooh. I really love this music. It's so ominous. Okay. So I will finish the game, but I want to get some ice cream. Well, I still have room in my stomach. I would like that to be the thing that tops it off. I had mint chocolate chip. I think there's other ice cream in the freezer too, but the mint chocolate chip is open already and it seems like a good one for now. I'll be back in a moment. It is Breyer's brand. It's a pretty common brand here in Canada. I don't know if Breyer's exists in other places. I don't remember ever seeing it in California. I think they might be a Canadian company, or maybe an Ontario company. Oh, you see it in Oregon? Or you used to see it in Oregon? You used to live in Oregon? Anyway, this will be my treat for myself for enduring all this punishment. Yeah. I think if I wanted to stay up like another 2 hours, I think I could do it. I think I could get through the last 3 pieces, but I do want to get to sleep in a little bit. I don't want to stay up till 7 in the morning eating spicy pepper. It seems like a silly thing to stay up doing. Okay. Oh yeah, these stacks of bubbles. Man, so this game, like, it does... It does get some flack for being... for, like, having to reuse tile sets a lot, and... mainly for the buildings, like the ancient civilization, like those are all similar to each other. And I think I don't know, they're one of the reasons like people often do get lost in this one in a way that they don't in Super Metroid with the auto map and with like every area being unique. But it still has like a great variety of locations, and they really do look alien. Like they look organic and interesting, but and with what budget they had for, like memory budget they had for new tile sets, they did interesting things with them. Like this area is just, it looks like 3 bubble tiles. And I guess we haven't seen this like ground tiles. So there's like not a lot of new tiles, but enough to make something different. Especially like the darkness of them. We haven't had an area this dark in the game yet. Oof. I always thought of these as bubbles, but maybe I should think of them as like dark stones? I don't know. Clairer, hi there. Cran fans. Hi there, Galara Dragon. Oh, you just raided. Hello. So we were very late in the game in Metroid 2. The Omega Metroids have appeared. Look a little bit like Professor Farnsworth. And they kind of hang in the air, sometimes inside a wall. But so all night I've been eating pieces of this Carolina Reaper pepper that I grew. I've decided to give up on the last 3 pieces. So that was my tracker above. I have all the pieces, they were laid out on a plate. But it's been slow going. I have to really pace myself. And it's getting late at night. Later than I thought it would be. I thought this would be like a 3-hour stream, and it's now more than 5 hours. Last time I played this game, it took me 2 hours and 30 minutes, but I didn't realize just how much I was going to be pacing myself out with the peppers, but so I don't know. I feel like I've gone far enough with the peppers, so apologies to anybody who's hoping to see more of that, but Well, there is VOD. I ate 9 out of 12 pieces, and I'm going to give up on the rest. And I've switched to ice cream at this point. 3-hour stream sung to the tune of Gilligan's Island. I don't think I know the tune of Gilligan's Island, but that is like a joke, a common joke. Something is sung to the tune of Gilligan's Island, I think. At least I think I've heard that phrase before. Somewhere else. But how are you doing? What were you doing? Were you like cross-stitching, or were you playing a game, or... Oh, it was meant to be a 3-hour stream and lasted for years. Okay. That sounds vaguely familiar. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a whole episode of Gilligan's Island. I've seen like bits and pieces of it. But it's funny, it's like a show I've heard referenced a lot. I guess it was really, really popular in the 60s. I know I've heard the theme song, I just can't remember it at this moment. Okay. So I've got 2 of the 3 Omega Metroids. Anyway, so I decided to give up and have some ice cream and finish the remainder of the game in a more reasonable amount of time. So what I was doing is, this game is divided into sections where you have to kill all the Metroids in an area. And once you do that, there's an earthquake. And then like the next area opens up. So you have this tracker in the corner telling you how many Metroids are left on the planet. Your mission is to destroy them, to wipe them out. And as you can see, the number is at 2 now. Hey, that missile was facing upwards. So there's one enemy that drops missiles, but they face downwards. And I think it's only that one enemy. It's very strange. Anyway, so as you can see, we're quite near the end of the game. There's 2 Metroids left, but there are 3 earthquakes left, and they come pretty fast in sequence. Like if I was playing at this normal speed, that would be like the span of maybe 10 minutes or something. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, all 3 of them. And there's no way I can eat them that fast. It is just too spicy. I have to take pauses between each of them. And I didn't want to stay up that late. It was going to be far too long. So I made the decision to give up. I feel like I've satisfied my... I hope I've satisfied my curiosity about doing a segmented pepper stream. Last year I did a single pepper stream. I just ate a whole Carolina Reaper. And that was its own kind of challenge, but it was more intensely painful for a shorter period of time. And after like half an hour, I felt like nothing interesting was going on in terms of the hot pepper. So I was a little bit disappointed about how that stream went, I guess. So I thought I'd try this. Thought I'd try spacing it out. And it turned out to be much more difficult to do it this way. It just like prolongs all of the troubles. And also I was saying, like, there is variation between the peppers. So these are peppers I grew myself. And they're not all the same amount of spicy. They're not all the same amount of size. Like, I could have picked a smaller pepper. But I don't know how... I don't know if they're going to be a spicier or a milder pepper when I have them. They're all, like, extremely spicy, but some of them are more extreme. This is one of the more extreme ones. But I didn't know that until I started eating it. So... I don't know. That's the life of someone who grows peppers as a hobby. But I was saying I started growing them just because I was really curious about what does the hottest pepper taste like? Like, what's that? What would a Carolina Reaper be like? And like, I can't buy them in the supermarket. I can get dried powder, but the dried powder wasn't very satisfying. So I thought I'd buy the seeds and just grow them to see what they were like, and turned out I liked them. They have a wonderful flavor, and in the right proportion, cooked into food, like, I find them wonderful. So I kept growing them. So after that first year, it was a real struggle to grow them, but it turned out I really liked them, so I've been growing them for 3 years and having a real nice time of that. It's been a really nice hobby. And I had never really grown much before that, like, like, as a kid, I think, like, we'd had a garden and stuff, and I'd sometimes planted stuff in the backyard, where I live. Like flowers or vines or stuff, just so that the backyard would look nicer. But growing peppers has been its own fun hobby. So, okay, so I just got 3 of them, and now... There it is. Thought it was going to happen sooner. So, every other time this night, well, I would normally be eating this, but I'm going to forgo it. So that I can just keep moving. So last time when I ate the whole pepper, I thought, I don't need to do that ever again. My curiosity was satisfied. And I may never eat a whole Carolina Reaper pepper again, but I thought it would be fun to do a stream where the impact of the pepper was periodic through the stream, and it has been fun. I have had a lot of fun. It's been painful too, but I've had fun. So, I'm happy the way it turned out, but I don't think I can complete the challenges I set for myself. And that's okay. I'm just hoping I won't still be tempted to try this again. Go through it all again. I don't think I want to. I definitely don't want to tonight, or like tomorrow, but who knows how I'll feel next year. Yes, there have been many tears. Oh yeah, this area is interesting. So it looks kind of like the start of the game, but it's got these kind of like... It's not exactly quicksand, but it's some sort of viscous liquid pools, and they look different than any liquid that you've been in so far. So it looks kind of like you're returning to near the surface. This is what things look like near the surface, but this liquid is strange. And the other thing you start to find is that there are holes in the ground, I think. Hi there, Celestial Kind. Yep, I'm pretty close to the end. What's up here? Oh, maybe nothing. So it's interesting. I feel like they really did a good job of just like making the world... Ah, yes. I knew there was going to be a trick there. Making the world look interesting, like making it feel like some exotic alien place. Oh. So I have to try to get past it. Don't fall in the water. But thinking about it, like the fact that they've brought these rocks back from the beginning of the game, but they've also done new things. Because the course of the game is like a full circle, like you end up back at your ship at the end. Like it makes sense that these rocks are here, right? Because you're actually getting close to your ship that you left off at the beginning of the game. Oh, I was thinking I was going to fall through there. No! Whoa! Oh, I forgot about that spot. That looked very much like a spot in Super Metroid. Oh man, that didn't just fall down one floor, that sent me back to the beginning. That's what that tunnel represented. So, one of the things this game does that like Super Metroid doesn't, like Super Metroid's meant to be laid out on a grid, and it has like a grid map. There's no auto map in this game. These are just like corridors that are connected to each other, so it's not conceptually a 2D world. It's mostly one, but there are points where it doesn't line up like that, where it would need to be like a 3D cave where you can go around, and I think that's kind of cool. Oh, what happened? I fell in the water, and then I went down like a shaft. But the shaft didn't just take me down one floor, it took me down 2 floors to the beginning. Ah, yes. I remember having so much trouble with this as a kid, because like the timing on the space jump is a bit fussy. And I'm mostly pretty good with it these days, but it definitely took me a lot of tries as a kid to get through this area. And there's no threatening enemies here. There's no... It's like a very calm area, but you gotta learn this methodical rhythm of the space jump to be able to do that consistently so that you can get out of here. It's like a different kind of challenge, a weird kind of challenge to put there. But I'm wondering about this liquid. Like, this is a thought I haven't had before, but... Like, is there a reason for this liquid? Is it something like Queen Jelly? Because we're approaching the alien queen, but maybe the queen... Maybe this liquid is like part of the process of laying eggs or something. Like, maybe it's something necessary for that in their biology. Like, that would be an interesting justification for why you find it here and nowhere else. So these flies are funny. They have a big posterior, and you can ride on them. They don't really come up very much in the game. They never make you like do like a jumping thing across them. I guess they could have. They just show up in like a couple places and like here at the end of the game. So here's a refill. So after that big gauntlet of the Omega Metroids, this is the first refill you see in a while. And as a kid, like fighting the Omega Metroids, I remember like I did like long treks back to kind of like the civilized area so that I can... Oh, I just touched my eye. My hands are a bit spicy. They're not super spicy, but my hands are a bit spicy. I should not be touching my eyes. This is really neat. You have this like broken off head of the Chozo statue. And the ice beam is here. And I think the manual tells you that Metroids are sensitive to ice. So that if you've read the manual and you see this, you might know that you need it. Or you might find out that you need it after you discover what's coming up. So there are 3 passages through the top of this area, but I'm just going to go save now that I'm filled back up. I've touched my eyes with hot pepper hands a lot, but I don't know. It's funny, like growing Carolina Reapers. I think I said it earlier, but like I have a baseline for what the hottest pepper is, and so I know exactly how much risk I'm taking if I'm being cavalier with one. And it's kind of weird, like that's not something I thought about until I'd actually done that, but it's just I don't really worry too much about it anymore. Like I just aren't afraid of it because I know the worst it can be is a certain amount of pain. And I try to avoid it. I do handle them carefully. Anyway, oh, look at this. L dash dash dash. Are you going tonight? Going to bed? Have a good night. Thank you for the raid, and thanks for stopping by. So this part's really neat. So there's 1 Metroid left. You got a new tune. We jump up here. It's kind of an awkward corridor, but there you go. And there's this curious looking egg up here. Suddenly the Metroid counter goes scrambled. Now there's 9. Also the music goes up. Same music, but it's like... Did it go up a half step? I wasn't paying attention. So the Metroids, I won't do it. I'll do it in the next room as a test, but I don't think you can defeat them. Yeah, you can't hit them until they're frozen in this game. So the other way you could know that you need to freeze them, well, I guess you have a bunch of ways. You could know because you've played Metroid 1. Or maybe you'd heard about it from Metroid 1. I think the Metroid 1 manual had a suggestion that they're sensitive to cold or something. I think there's a hint about that in there. And in that game too, there's an ice beam near the end. So here you're kind of hinted at it just by one being there when you need it. Yeah, I feel like this area is basically duplicated pretty... Can I get them off with bombs? I forget. Oh wait, someone said you can shake them off? Maybe? I thought someone said you could shake them off, but that might have been Super Metroid. Is there going to be two in here? Yeah, they're a bit annoying because, like, if you don't catch them... Why does that look like two Metroids? If you don't catch them before... if you don't catch them before they touch you, like, I don't know how to get them off you other than leaving the room, which is sort of irritating. Okay, there's only two of them left, though. So I wonder... Oh. So it felt like I had aimed correctly for that. What am I saying? Like, this area being similar to Super Metroid. This area was in... Like, an area like this was in... NES Metroid II, wasn't it? Let's keep it frozen this time. So, I don't think... So, at this point, another earthquake. So this would have been the point where I eat this piece, which is actually one of the bigger pieces. But instead I'm going to have some ice cream. Because if I ate that, I don't know, it would be another like half hour before I want to fight the final boss. And I am getting tired. It is late. Oh! I wonder what I hit there. So this is the queen. Oh, this music is so interesting. So I don't know if I have enough to take her out on this run, because I had to use so many missiles on the baby Metroids, but it's also not required that you get them all in one run. Yeah, I'm out of missiles now. There is this escape path here. Wow, that looks glitchy. That drops you out here. which gives you an opportunity to go refill. If you, I think, I don't know what the number of missiles you need, but like if you're careful, like you can do that in one shot. And I think you can, if you're good about finding them. Oh, I should mention, you can't use the spider ball in this liquid. That is one of the problems. And because jumping is like restricted, even the space jump is like, the timing is different. So that took me a long time to figure out as a kid, like just how to get out of that slime. And it's really interesting, like that it just makes you do that kind of just sort of methodical rhythmic challenge as a prelude to the final stage of the game. Ooh. But anyway, after refilling, I won't have to use up any missiles on the Metroids this time. So I'll have a full 180. I feel like you only need like 120. I'm not sure though. And I remember that being a problem like the first time I played the game as a kid. Like I just, it took me a while to realize I could get rid of all of the Metroids first, and then reload, and then go back. And I hadn't found all the missiles, so I like kept going back and exploring other areas and looking for stuff. I think that's what inspired me to map it out as a kid. Through so many pages of maps. I thought I'd found everything, but I probably hadn't. Alright. There's also a funny possibility, which I might try out. Oh, I did just save. It's probably worth trying. When I get down to 70 missiles, I'll do it. So if you stun her with a missile with her mouth open, you can climb inside. Oh, didn't work. Huh. Okay, I know I've done this in the past, but I don't know why it's not working now. But you can actually go down the neck and end up in the stomach of the queen, and you can lay bombs there. And I think that is one way to defeat her without having a lot of missiles. I love this tune. Thank you for the GG.
Here's the little baby making their cute squeak. And are they eating these things? I don't know whether this is food. It's just like this one short melody or fragment of melody repeating with itself in different delays. Kind of phase music. We like to pretend the events in Super Metroid never occurred. I like to pretend the events in Metroid Zero Mission never occurred. I didn't like them suddenly deciding that, I don't know, it felt like we only have 5 characters in this story and we want to write more stories, so we decide that these characters were secretly more related than they were, and I don't know, it just felt really lame to me. Some people like that, though. I don't know. I wasn't. I'm not a fan. I like the Chozo being mysterious. This mysterious ancient race that we don't know everything about. Was it Fusion that did that? I thought it was Zero Mission that did that. Or Fusion went into her past and like that character Adam or something. I forget what the story was in Fusion. And Fusion, like Fusion's quite fun, and Zero Mission is a great game too. But I think like more and more over the years, like this one is the one I've been appreciating more and more. I always wonder what this is in the middle of the ship. This item, this end of the game item. It looks like a missile recharge tank to me. But that's weird. Like, did they reuse that item just as the end of game trigger because they needed a trigger and decided to give it something visual? Because that's not there in the ship when you start the game. That's in this endgame version of the ship only. But in the ship, there is 2 recharge stations that are like hidden behind the sides of the ship. I wonder if I can roll past it. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I'd ever tried that. So I can actually roll around it to avoid it. There aren't recharge stations in this version of the ship. I had one friend that thought that this was the 2 recharge stations had come together and that was how the ship takes off or something. that was their rationalization of it. I don't know, it just looks odd. But there we go. That's the game. Prime 2. I haven't played through Prime 2 yet. I've played a bit of the start of it. Well, I was coming right off of Metroid Prime 1, so I didn't really want to continue at that time, but I think I'll go back to it eventually. I've got that 1, 2, 3 collection that was on Wii. Good ending tunes.
There we go. Looking for this emote. Shelnov running. I really gotta play Genesis Shelnov. I wasn't a big fan of the Shelnov arcade game when I tried it, but the Genesis one looked really interesting, like they added a lot. I want to give it a try. And Samus running reminds me of Shelnov on the map screen. Ice cream is very liquid. .505. I wonder what the timings are for the ending. I thought there was... Is there only 2 endings? There's the suitless ending, which I think was just like under 3 hours or something like that. And then this was 5 hours. I don't know if there's a helmet off ending like there is in like Super Metroid or Metroid. But that's the game. Oh. Yeah, I thought it was gonna take me like 2.5 hours. I hadn't realized how much the peppers would slow me down, and that's why I gave up. So yeah, I would have eaten this big piece, and then I would have eaten... This is the 0 piece with a bunch of seeds on it. Though, yeah, some pepper, I've mentioned it earlier in the stream, but some peppers have a lot of heat in their seeds. Reapers are... They're not like... It's not like there's more heat in the seeds. It's like the same as everywhere else. But I just thought it'd be fun to have the stem and the last piece, but alas. I don't think I can handle it all in one night. But I had fun. I handled what I could. And I guess that'll be it. I should raid somebody. So thanks everybody for joining me. It's been a fun time. It's been nice seeing like growing the peppers all year, and then I get to I finally get to eat them. But usually I eat them in sensible portions, cooked into food, where I quite enjoy them. I think they're wonderful peppers, which is why I keep growing them.